Chapter 91, Possessing Bibi Dong Again. After the spirit power within Zuqing's body stabilized, Qian withdrew his split soul. The greatest advantage of the open black lens bracket divine descent close black lens bracket skill rewarded by the system, compared to the previous passive possession, was that Qian could use it freely. When using this skill for possession, he could control the other party's body, or simply possess without taking control, which was very convenient. The greatest significance of this skill was its life-saving function when combined with the divine tool, see Calming Divine Pearl. As long as the object Qian possessed was not by his side, he could use the divine tool to transport himself away and escape danger. Unless Qian's spirit power was exhausted and he couldn't activate the divine tool, or the gap between him and his enemy was too vast and he was instantly killed, Qian could always escape. Zuqing, how do you feel? Qian asked. Zuqing felt the spirit power within her body, her heart a little excited. She stood up and kissed Qian on the cheek. Thank you, I feel great. She finally saw the hope of breaking through to titled Douluo this time. Qian felt the soft, warm touch on his face, and his heart stirred, recalling her early repayment of kindness last night. After Zuqing consumed the Narcissus jade bone, she could be described as having skin like ice and bones like jade, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly fairy-like feeling. But in reality, she was cold on the outside and warm on the inside. Her lips, like her heart, were soft and fiery, which Qian really liked. Good, and I've also reached level 40. We'll go hunt spirit beasts in a few days. Qian said. His relationship with Zuqing was now like that of Taoist companions in the immortal cultivation world. They supported each other in cultivation and life. When absorbing spirit rings, they could protect each other. Okay. Zuqing was also a little expectant. She hadn't forgotten that she only had 5 years. After absorbing the immortal herb, Qian and Zuqing did not stop their cultivation, continuing to hone their respective spirit abilities in the forest. At this time, Qian also multitasked, sending a possession request to Bibi Dong. Soon after, Bibi Dong agreed to his possession, and Qian returned to the familiar body once again. Qian observed the surroundings for a while and found that Bibi Dong was still in the Crown Prince's mansion. She was truly too bold. If Ningfengji brought Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, plus the large army of Heaven Do City, Bibi Dong might not gain much advantage. Qian, is that you? Bibi Dong asked somewhat excitedly. Qian replied, it's me. While feeling the body. At this moment, he suddenly felt an extremely decadent, evil, and terrifying energy within Bibi Dong's body. Is this Rakshasa divine force? Qian asked in shock. Without Qian Xunji's persecution, did she still walk this path? Qian was a bit puzzled. Bibi Dong started the Rakshasa god test because she was forced by Qian Xunji, and her inner self became decadent. But why did she also walk this path now? Was it because she was extreme, or inherently decadent? Your soul can still possess my body, why haven't you come to find me all these years? Don't you know how much I've missed you in the past 20 years? Bibi Dong asked, somewhat agitated. Bibi Dong, it's not that I didn't want to find you, but I only just gained this ability, allowing my soul to possess you again. Qian's explanation somewhat calmed Bibi Dong's emotions. She also didn't want Qian to see her bad side. Moreover, Qian hadn't promised to find her, so Bibi Dong couldn't use that to make things difficult. Alright, Bibi Dong, we've finally reunited after so long, let's not dwell on those things anymore. Tell me about your experiences over these past 20 years. Qian said. Qian wanted to know if Bibi Dong had experienced anything in the past 20 years, otherwise, why would she have obtained the Rakshasa god's inheritance again? Okay, I'll tell you. Bibi Dong said. It turned out that after Qian Runshui was born, Bibi Dong listened to Qian and asked the elders of Spirit Hall for help to obtain her 8th spirit ring. After breaking through to Spirit Douluo, she returned to the continent to cultivate and gain experience. It wasn't until she cultivated to level 90 that Bibi Dong returned to Spirit Hall again, asking the elders for help in hunting a 100,000-year spirit beast. Qian listened to her story up to this point, then sensed her spirit. hissed Tilda. Among the 9 spirit rings on Bibi Dong's Death Spider Emperor spirit, there were actually 200,000-year spirit rings. The 8th spirit ring came from the Death Spider Emperor, and the 9th spirit ring came from the Purple-Winged Spider Emperor, making her much stronger than her original fate. And her other spirit, the soul-devouring Devil Spider, had an even more terrifying spirit ring configuration. Only the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th spirit rings were 10,000-year spirit rings, the other 5 were all red spirit rings, completing all 9 rings. However, her spirit power was stuck at level 98, which should be a restriction of the Rakshasa god test again. Bibi Dong, why didn't you hunt 100,000-year spirit beasts for all of your second martial soul spirit rings? Qian asked. Even after becoming a divinity, spirit rings with higher age limits could exert greater power under the effect of divine force. Bibi Dong said, "It's not that I didn't want to, but my cultivation level advanced too quickly back then, and I didn't balance my twin spirits well. Initially, the Death Spider Emperor could suppress the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor, but after the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor absorbed 200,000-year spirit rings, it could no longer be suppressed. Under such circumstances, continuing to absorb 100,000-year spirit rings would not benefit me," Bibi Dong said. Qian listened quietly as Bibi Dong recounted her experiences. He also had twin spirits now, but fortunately, his second martial soul was a body martial soul. His body was strong enough, so there wouldn't be issues of incompatibility. I originally wanted to go into secluded cultivation, slowly harmonize the 2 spirits, and then continue absorbing spirit rings for cultivation. But while I was in secluded cultivation, my teacher was jointly killed by the brothers Tang Hao and Tang Xiao, and I had to come out of seclusion. To avenge my teacher, I attacked the Clear Sky sect. But they had a large number of people, held a geographical advantage, and could form arrays, while the enforcers of Spirit Hall couldn't easily intervene, making it difficult for me to get revenge. My heart was clouded by hatred, so I hunted a few suitable spirit beasts to break through my spirit power cultivation level. Then I attacked the Clear Sky sect again, only then forcing them to seal their mountain. They killed my teacher, so I killed their father. An eye for an eye. When Tang Tian was on the verge of death, to vent my hatred, I even used the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor to absorb his father's cultivation level, obtaining a god's inheritance. Under the inspiration of divine force, I was able to reconcile my twin spirits. I can now switch between the 2 spirits instantly and use both spirit domains. Bibi Dong trusted Qian so much that she even told him the secret of the god position inheritance. Qian felt a little guilty. She told him everything, but he concealed many things. However, Qian still prepared to ask for clarification. Bibi Dong, whose divinity's inheritance did you receive? Bibi Dong did not hide it. It's the Rakshasa god's inheritance. His god position inheritance is in Slaughter City. Chapter 92, Possessing qian. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was the Rakshasa god. Although the Rakshasa god is not as strong as the Asura god, the high priest of the Asura god position is Tang Chen. If Tang Chen knew that Bibi Dong killed his son, would he still sacrifice himself to activate the Asura 9th trial for Bibi Dong? If one activates the Asura 9th trial but cannot pass it, the best outcome would only be to become the high priest guarding Slaughter City. In contrast, the Rakshasa god, although her trials are disgusting, truly intends to pass down her god position. Without the high priest's sacrifice, she still managed to make Bibi Dong activate the 9th trial and successfully ascend to godhood at level 100. Bibi Dong, you must be careful of the Slaughter King of Slaughter City. He is Tang Chen of the Clear Sky sect. You killed his son and forced the Clear Sky sect into seclusion. He won't let you off if he finds out. Tang Chen is a level 99 titled Douluo. Even Qian Douluo was defeated by him, Qian reminded. Bibi Dong suddenly realized, so the Slaughter King is Tang Chen. No need to worry about me. Although my spirit power is suppressed now, I'm not necessarily afraid of him. Although among spirit masters at cultivation levels like level 98 and 99, 100,000-year spirit ring is not a decisive factor. But Bibi Dong was very confident, believing that even if she couldn't defeat Tang Chen, she could still escape. Don't be careless. Tang Chen has the divine tool Asura demon sword, he's not someone an ordinary spirit master can deal with, Qian reminded. Although Tang Chen was parasite by the three-headed bat, now that fate has changed, who knows if the Asura god will intervene and make Tang Chen sober up. The Asura god and the Rakshasa god are twin gods, mutually restraining each other. The Asura god has wanted to get rid of the Rakshasa god for a long time. Asura demon sword. Bibi Dong felt a little solemn. I will be careful. Fortunately, you reminded me. In her original destiny, she suffered many losses under enemy divine tools. Hopefully, she won't repeat the same mistakes. However, Bibi Dong's attention wasn't here. She realized that Qian knew too much. Qian, which era do you belong to? Why do you know so much? Even I, a slaughter god, don't know about the Slaughter King, so why do you? Are we really not in the same era? Bibi Dong had already concluded that Qian did not belong to this era because, until now, the ice and fire yin-yang well had not been discovered by living people. And Qian knew most of the information about the ice and fire yin-yang well, so his era was still in the future. Qian didn't lie to her this time and honestly said, Bibi Dong, my main body is actually already on the Douluo continent. What? Bibi Dong was excited. Why don't you come to see me? I want to see your true appearance. No, it's too dangerous for you to travel the continent alone. Where are you? I'll go find you right now. Qian didn't expect Bibi Dong to be so excited and felt a little overwhelmed. Bibi Dong, I'm still too young right now. Can you wait a bit longer? I want you to see me at my peak. His original intention was to dissuade Bibi Dong, but unexpectedly, she became even more excited. Too young. It doesn't matter, I like you just the way you are. I can take you in and watch you grow up. Bibi Dong was no fool. She realized that Qian had possessed Luer Long, Ning Rongrong, and even other women she didn't know about. There must be many people like herself who were helped by him and became infatuated with him. If she didn't act first, Qian would be taken away by others. She would at most share a bit of Qian with Luer Long, but no one else should even think about it. No, Qian refused. Bibi Dong was too powerful. If he appeared before her, he would definitely be completely controlled by her. Moreover, she had inherited the Rakshasa god's legacy, and her mental state might become unstable at some point, leading her to lock him in a secret room. He liked to be a kept man, but he preferred to be in control of the situation. Bibi Dong didn't mind. Knowing that Qian had already been born was enough information. As the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, one of the most powerful figures on the Douluo continent, she only needed a small act of will to find Qian. By then, she would see just how young Qian was, and she wouldn't mind eating some tender grass. The two chatted for a while, and Bibi Dong was very tactful, not asking about Qian's other women. Before finding Qian's true body, she wouldn't put too much pressure on him, to prevent him from running off to someone else. The two chatted until late into the night before Qian was able to get away. And Bibi Dong, having obtained the information she wanted, didn't force Qian to stay. What she most wanted to do now was to find out where Qian was. Midnight. Qian chatted with Zuqing for a bit, then fell into a deep sleep. After Zuqing consumed the Narcissus jade bone, she became pure and ethereal, with skin like ice and bones like jade. Qian couldn't help but taste it. The taste could only be described as very clear, and Zuqing also grew fond of the taste of the Qiluo tulip. The two helped each other. After sleeping for an unknown period, when Qian woke up from his dream, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment again. Where is this again? Where did the system send me? Qian had long been accustomed to the system's elusive nature and had learned to seek the truth himself. He habitually touched his chest, finding the sensation unfamiliar. He had possessed someone else again. Something's wrong, it's not just the sensation. He also sensed that his split soul and main body seemed to be in different time spaces. He looked around and found that he was sleeping in a patch of grass. Sleeping in the wild, aren't you afraid of being picked up? Qian was a little speechless. Didn't even pitch a tent. Are they hunting spirit beasts, or doing some mercenary mission? Qian got up and found a small stream nearby. He went to the bank and observed his appearance using the reflection. It was a very beautiful woman, with long blue hair reaching her waist, wearing a simple long dress that couldn't conceal her perfect figure. Who is this? Qian had no impression, so he sensed his dantian again. Within the dantian, a vibrant blue-silver grass stood, and on its leaves, there were even golden patterns. At this moment, Qian felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity rise in his heart. This is Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Soul. Did I become a female version of Tang San? No, I must have gone back to the past. So, I'm currently possessing the Blue-Silver Emperor, Yin. I became Tang San's mother. Qian quickly checked his bone age and examined his body. He found that he was only in his 20s and his body was intact, which made him sigh in relief. If he had found that he had already been taken by Tang Hao, he would rather control this body to sacrifice itself to Bibi Dong than carry out the system's assigned mission. Just then, a gentle voice echoed in Qian's mind. Who are you? Why are you controlling my body? What do you want to do? Chapter 93, Naive Yin. When Qian discovered Yin's identity, the system's mission prompt appeared promptly. Open black lens bracket current mission. Change Yin's fate of sacrificing herself to Tang Hao. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket phase reward. Cultivate using Yin's body. Spirit power can be fed back to the main body. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket final reward. Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Soul. The host's Blue-Silver King Martial Soul will awaken again as the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Soul. Close black lens bracket. As expected, the person I possessed this time is Yin. Qian sensed Yin's current spirit power cultivation level and found that this body was already at level 50, but had not yet condensed a spirit ring to break through to Spirit King. 100,000-year spirit beast transforming into human form must go through 3 stages: infancy, maturity, and soul transformation stage. Before breaking through to Spirit Emperor, it is called the infancy stage. They can self-condense spirit rings to break through bottlenecks, but their identity will be seen through by Spirit Douluo entitled Douluo. Shapeshifting spirit beasts are most vulnerable during this stage. Because shapeshifting spirit beasts in their infancy are much weaker than before their transformation, the spirit rings and spirit bones obtained by killing them are still from a 100,000-year spirit beast. Moreover, they need to interact with human geniuses and absorb popularity to increase their cultivation level and enter the maturity stage as soon as possible. Yin is currently in this very dangerous stage. Qian thought for a moment and prepared to scare her. Good, I didn't expect to be so lucky as to encounter a shapeshifting spirit beast. Yin was startled when her identity was revealed. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Of course, I'll control your body, take it to my place, and sacrifice all your spirit rings and spirit bones to myself. Qian said. With that, Qian stood up and prepared to leave. No, Yin panicked a little. She had been living in human society for more than 10 years, cultivating cautiously. She didn't even participate in the Spirit Master tournament at the Advanced Spirit Master Academy, precisely because she was afraid of her identity being exposed. But now, Yin had just graduated from the Advanced Spirit Master Academy when she was possessed and caught by Qian, and she was so frightened that her mind went blank. What? If you don't want to die, why are you still wandering around in the human world? Qian asked. Yin said helplessly, we shapeshifting spirit beasts in our infancy need to interact with humans to improve our cultivation level. Then why don't you stay and cultivate in an intermediate or advanced Spirit Master Academy? Qian asked. Generally, the deans of advanced Spirit Master Academies are only at the Spirit Emperor or Spirit Saint cultivation level. Only royal academies have Spirit Douluo guarding them. Yin could completely cultivate to the maturity stage within an academy. I saw that other human spirit masters all go out to train and explore the continent after graduation, so I wanted to try it too. And, as the Blue-Silver Emperor, she had her own special qualities. As long as she didn't want to die, others couldn't easily kill her. This was the confidence she had to travel the continent. She didn't expect to be caught by Qian just as she started traveling the continent, and she felt extremely regretful. Being killed and actively sacrificing a spirit ring are two different concepts. She wasn't afraid of being killed, but she was afraid of actively sacrificing. However, Yin didn't reveal this secret, afraid that Qian would use it against her. Qian was a bit speechless and asked, "Where are we now?" Yin was stunned, thinking to herself, "Is this guy lost?" A joy rose in her heart, thinking that she could lead Qian in circles, and when his strange skill was dispelled, she would escape. "We are currently in the Star Luo Empire." Before she could finish, Qian interrupted, "No, we should be in the Northern Heaven Do Empire now." He hadn't been to the Star Luo Empire before. The climates of the two empires were clearly different, and he could still see snow-capped mountains here. How could it be Star Luo? "I guess we should be in the Haagen-Dazs kingdom, right?" Qian asked. Yin was stunned, not expecting this guy to be so difficult to fool, actually exposing her lie. After confirming the location, Qian rushed at full speed towards the southeast. "Where are you taking me?" Yin was a little anxious. She was afraid that Qian would really take her to sacrifice herself. If so, she might as well not have transformed and endured the heavenly tribulation 1,000 years later. "To Spirit City," Qian threatened her. Indeed, when Yin heard Spirit City, she felt utterly despairing. Even as a spirit beast, she knew that it was the holy land of human spirit masters, with experts as numerous as clouds, and many people could see through her identity. "Can you let me go?" Her voice was already tinged with a sob, like a young girl. Of course, Qian wasn't taking her to Spirit City, but to Heaven Do City. Since he had returned to the past, Qian wanted to see if the immortal herbs of the ice and fire yin-yang well were still there. If the immortal herbs were still there, Qian also wanted to try to see if the immortal herbs he transplanted years later would disappear if he took them now. If not, then he could get another batch of immortal herbs for free. Moreover, having Yin consume an immortal herb could allow her spirit power to quickly break through to level 60. After entering the maturity stage, her aura would be no different from that of a human, greatly reducing the chance of her identity being discovered. Yin was on tenterhooks, her body controlled by Qian as they traveled for a day. It wasn't until late at night that she regained control of her body. Yin patted her chest in fear and said, "That was close, can he only control me for one day?" Fortunately, the Haagen-Dazs kingdom is far from Spirit City, otherwise I would be finished. But how exactly did he control me? Yin was somewhat scared and decided to stay far away from Spirit City to prevent falling victim again. "Go back to the blue-silver forest." "No, it's too close to Spirit City. If I travel at full speed, I might reach it in a day. I heard Heaven Do City is very prosperous, and I haven't been there yet. I'll go check it out this time." Heaven Do City was thousands of miles away from Spirit City, and she felt it was better to be far from Spirit City. Although Heaven Do City was not without advanced spirit masters, she wasn't very afraid because she was the Blue-Silver Emperor. Wildfire cannot burn out, and will grow again with the spring breeze. Qian didn't know that a lie he casually made up later actually led Yin towards his destination. A few days later, Qian possessed Yin again, and he was surprised to find that he had arrived near Heaven Do City. Moreover, Yin's cultivation level had also broken through to level 51, making her a spirit king. What a pity. Qian didn't understand how spirit beasts cultivated or how to condense spirit rings, thus wasting this level of spirit power. When Yin woke up, she felt some pain in her chest, along with a strange sensation, and her body was again out of control. She knew that she had been controlled by that mysterious person again. However, Yin wasn't very panicked, because this place was far from Spirit City. Qian arrived at a familiar place, left the house, and skillfully headed towards the Sunset Forest. Qian had walked the path to the ice and fire yin-yang well many times. He knew which paths had fewer spirit beasts and which were safe. So, as he rushed along, Qian did not suffer any harassment or attacks from spirit beasts. Chapter 94, Reharvesting Immortal Herbs, Weaving a Story to Deceive Yin. After half a day, Qian arrived at the central area of Sunset Forest. Qian did not rashly enter the ice and fire yin-yang well. He first used the blue-silver domain's perception ability to scout the nearby situation. It seems Bibi Dong hasn't sent anyone to monitor this place yet. Or is this really a parallel world? Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. A few days ago, when Qi Tian was chatting with Bibi Dong told him how she discovered Qi Tian. Only then did he realize that the figure Bone Douluo had discovered earlier was actually an informant sent by Bibi Dong. Moreover, this informant was actually a spirit Douluo powerhouse. A spirit Douluo's mental force can sense the aura of a shape-shifting spirit beast. If Bibi Dong's informant had been there, going to the ice and fire yin-yang well would have been walking into a trap. No, I thought wrong. Bibi Dong isn't the supreme pontiff yet, so why would she arrange for people to guard this place? Qi Tian withdrew his blue-silver domain and headed towards the ice and fire yin-yang well. Why are you so familiar with my spirit innate domain? Yin was a little surprised. She had just discovered that Qi Tian actually understood that her blue-silver domain could be used for scouting, as if this spirit was originally his. Qi Tian smiled and said, "That's naturally because my spirit is also blue-silver grass, and your spirit ring and spirit bone are simply a perfect match for my spirit." When Qi Tian brought up the topic of sacrifice, Yin immediately fell silent again. Before long, Qi Tian easily climbed the cliffs of the ice and fire yin-yang well using his blue-silver emperor spirit. In the miasma, Qi Tian vaguely saw that the medicinal herbs here were still present. Upon entering, he found that all the immortal herbs were still there, except for the octagonal mysterious ice grass, fierce fire apricot sweet vegetable, coxcomb phoenix sunflower, and autumn water clarity dew. Is this a parallel world, or the past time? Those 4 immortal herbs were picked by him while possessing Lu Erlong and Bibi Dong, which could prove that this was the past. But if he took the immortal herbs from here, how could he gather immortal herbs in the future? This was a time paradox. Qi Tian really couldn't tell, but these immortal herbs were real. He didn't think much and once again harvested all the immortal herbs and spirit medicines here, transplanting them into his sea-calming divine pearl small world. Wait, since the sea-calming divine pearl can take away immortal herbs and spirit medicines, why can't it directly take Yin away? Qi Tian's mind moved, and he immediately input spirit power into the sea-calming divine pearl phantom, attempting to make this body enter the sea-calming divine pearl. But at this moment, Qi Tian found that no matter how much spirit power he input, the sea-calming divine pearl phantom could not take him in. Can the sea-calming divine pearl not cross time and space to collect living beings? Qi Tian thought. Qi Tian didn't dwell on this matter and took out the serene fragrance Qiluo immortal product and the Narcissus jade bone. The serene fragrance Qiluo immortal product could resist the miasma here, while the Narcissus jade bone was the immortal herb he intended to give Yin. He gave Yin this immortal herb because it significantly boosted spirit power, and Qi Tian himself had not yet experienced its medicinal effects. Taking advantage of the system's cultivation level synchronization reward, he wanted his main body to also enjoy the Narcissus jade bone. What is this? What are you going to feed me? Yin watched silently for a while. Now that Qi Tian was about to put something in her mouth, she finally couldn't hold back and asked. This is, of course, poison, a poison that will make you obey my every command. Qi Tian continued to scare her, wanting her to understand the treachery of human hearts, which her wooden nature could not fathom. No. As a plant spirit beast, Yin recognized most of the medicinal herbs growing here, but she didn't recognize immortal herbs. She found that there were both poisons and spirit medicines here, so she had no doubt about the existence of a poison that could control people. Moreover, she found that her body actually had some desire for the poison in his hand. It hasn't even been eaten yet, and it can already subtly arouse my body's desire. This poison is truly terrifying. The next moment, Yin sensed that Qi Tian was controlling her, making her suck the pistol and swallow the petals. It's not poison. Yin felt that Qi Tian was actually helping her to metabolize the medicinal power. During this process, her spirit power rapidly increased. By the time dusk fell and the medicinal power was fully metabolized, her spirit power had actually risen from level 51 to level 56. That was 5 levels of spirit power. She felt it would take her 2 years to cultivate to that level. This guy, he's lying to me. This isn't poison at all, but a 9th grade spirit medicine. Qian, however, was secretly lamenting that Yin's spirit power was still too high, and the immortal herb's effect on her was not as significant as it was on Zhu Zuqing. One Narcissus Jade Bone only increased Yin's spirit power by 5 levels. At the same time, Qian sensed that there was no anomaly with Zhu Zuqing on the main body's side, and the 2 timelines seemed to not affect each other. Qian breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if he absorbed the immortal herb here, it would cause Zhu Zuqing's spirit power to regress. The system is indeed powerful. Qian attributed all of this to the system's capabilities. As dusk approached, Qian did not leave the ice and fire yin-yang well, fearing encountering reckless spirit beasts on the way. Yin, you cultivate here these few days and don't run around, Qian said. However, his split soul would return to his main body tonight, so Qian had to make it clear to Yin. How do you know my name? Yin's attitude softened considerably, as she felt that Qian might not genuinely want her to sacrifice herself. Qian sighed, because I come from the future. To me, you are just a past. What? How is that possible? Yin found it hard to believe Qian's words. Now, I can only tell you my true identity. Qian continued to weave his story. Yin, I am actually your future husband, so I know many things about you. Your shapeshifting spirit beast identity was discovered by the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, and he came to encircle and suppress us for your spirit ring and spirit bone. For my safety, you sacrificed your spirit ring and spirit bone to me, allowing me to escape. Your soul was devoured by the Supreme Pontiff's direct disciple using the soul-eating spider emperor spirit, leaving behind only a blue-silver emperor seed. Our newborn child's body was also taken over by a soul from another world. I lost you and our child, left with nothing. I regretted it immensely, so I cultivated with all my might and finally managed to reverse time and space. This time, I returned from the future to the present, not to become a god, but only to save your life. Yin quietly listened to Qian telling her a story in an extremely affectionate tone, and she felt a little moved. Is what you're saying true? Qian nodded and said, of course it's true. Haven't you noticed how skilled I am at touching you? Because we are husband and wife in the future, I can know your body like the back of my hand. Chapter 95, Continuing to fabricate stories for Yin. Qian was indeed lying to Yin, but he merely replaced Tang Hao with himself as the protagonist of the story, narrating it vividly. It sounded as if the two of them were discussing intimate matters between husband and wife, making Yin feel a little shy. Since she couldn't verify events in the future, she actually started believing Qian's words a little. So when did we meet? Yin asked. Qian shook his head and said, we won't meet again. I absorbed the 10th spirit ring and gained a spatial temporal spirit ability. Only then could I reverse space and time, allowing a wisp of my residual soul to return to the present. The price for reversing space and time was burning my past self. That's why I no longer exist, only this wisp of residual soul remains. After helping you overcome this calamity, this wisp of my residual soul will also turn into dust and vanish. Burned yourself. Is there still a way to save you? Yin asked. Although she hadn't experienced this unforgettable love, she was already immersed in it. Qian thought for a moment and said, yes. As long as you achieve ascending to godhood at level 100 before this wisp of my residual soul disappears, there is hope to save me. Although he was lying to her, Qian also wanted to give her a burden to motivate her to cultivate. Yin had just let out a sigh of relief, but upon hearing Qian say that she needed to achieve godhood before she could save him, she felt immense pressure. She didn't realize anything was wrong. Qian had merely given her an immortal herb to consume, yet she had taken on the mission of resurrecting him. Ascending to godhood at level 100. I will work hard, I will definitely save you. Yin made her promise. She originated as a spirit beast, and transforming into human form was inherently for the purpose of avoiding heavenly tribulation and cultivating to achieve godhood. Good. I have experience achieving godhood, so I can give you some pointers. Try your best to listen to me from now on, understand? Qian said. I will listen to you. Yin said seriously. After Yin finished speaking, she suddenly felt something was off. Why should she listen to him? At this moment, she seemed poisoned. An outsider might have thought the Narcissus jade bone Qian made her consume was some kind of poison. However, after leaving the Human Advanced Soul Master Academy, she didn't exactly know what to do next. With Qian's guidance now, she felt relieved. You said you were my future husband, but I still don't know your name, Yin asked. Qian said, my name is Qian. Yin thought for a moment and said, Qian. Then I'll call you Tian from now on. Tian, can you tell me about the future? Yin asked. Since Qian burned himself, she wouldn't be able to experience this future anymore, so she wanted to know more about it. Yin wanted to rely on her own imagination to relive that romantic story. All right, which part do you want to hear? I'll tell you, Qian said. Yin thought for a moment and said, you mentioned we have a son whose body was possessed by an extraterrestrial soul. What happened to him later? Qian said, our son is named Qi, a name chosen to commemorate the bond between our 4 siblings. 4 siblings. Yin was puzzled. The 4 siblings are you, me, and the 2 brothers from the Clear Sky sect, Tang Hao and Tang Xiao. We will meet soon. However, I had already severed ties with them, and they were the ones who exposed your identity as a spirit beast. They knew you had the ability to bring the dead back to life, and they wanted your spirit ring and spirit bone, so they tricked you into making a sacrifice. They told the Supreme Pontiff of the Spirit Hall, having the Supreme Pontiff hunt you down, hoping to trick you into sacrificing yourself to Tang Hao, who was close to level 90. But they didn't. Know that the 2 of us had already pledged our lives to each other, and our child was about to be born. When the Supreme Pontiff came to kill us, you sacrificed your spirit ring to me for my safety, allowing me to escape. In the future, you must never sacrifice your spirit ring or spirit bone to anyone else, because human hearts are treacherous and they might be setting a trap for you. Yin was touched. She understood the mindset of a 100,000-year spirit beast. They would never sacrifice themselves casually. The fact that she could sacrifice herself to Qian showed that their love was unforgettable and could transcend life and death. I understand. I definitely won't sacrifice my spirit ring to anyone else. I still need to achieve godhood. Yin said. With those words, I am relieved. You must cultivate to the maturity as quickly as possible, then no one will know your identity. I will. In 2 years at most, no, a year and a half at most, I will be able to cultivate to the maturity. Hurry and tell me the story of little C, Yin said. The child was the bond between them, so naturally, she wanted to know about her son. Qian felt relieved. Given all this, if Yin could still be tricked away by Tang Hao, there was nothing he could do. Our son, little C, was very weak after birth due to the Supreme Pontiff's pursuit, and his body was seized by an extraterrestrial soul. When I raised him until he was 3, I discovered he knew the cultivation methods of another world, and only then did I realize he wasn't our son. But our blood flows in his veins, so I could only raise him. Speaking of this, Qian transmitted the mysterious heaven skill to Yin, telling her it was an extraterrestrial cultivation technique he had forced out of the possessor. Yin's spirit power, guided by Qian, ran through the mysterious heaven skill once. She found that this technique was indeed extraordinary, stronger than the meditation method used. Here, once she entered the maturity, she could cultivate just like a normal human spirit master. She would be able to use this cultivation technique soon. Qian continued to fabricate stories for Yin, telling her Tang San's story with slight modifications. When little C was 6, he awakened twin spirits, which were my body martial soul and your blue-silver grass spirit. To ensure he didn't run into problems while cultivating his twin spirits, I gave him your spirit bone to absorb. But who knew that the Tang Hao brothers found out about this and forcibly abducted him, taking him as a disciple to teach. My injuries hadn't healed then, and I was no match for them at all. I could only watch helplessly as he was taken away. Little C was originally the soul of an adult, and coupled with the guidance of those 2, he quickly reverted to his previous life's nature. He actually tricked a shape-shifting spirit beast into sacrificing itself, and after the Blue-Silver King helped him awaken his spirit, he killed the Blue-Silver King and absorbed its spirit ring and spirit bone, purely for his own cultivation. Qian narrated vividly. The fact that the Blue-Silver Emperor Martial Soul required a secondary awakening was known to no one except Yin and the Blue-Silver King, so her trust in Qian grew stronger. When Qian spoke about his son achieving godhood, Yin sighed with emotion. If their son hadn't been possessed, he probably would have had the aptitude for achieving godhood too, right? Tian, I can't believe you suffered so much just to achieve godhood, and in the end, you burned yourself to save me. Yin was deeply moved. In her heart, she had already sketched out a general image of her future husband, Qian. It doesn't matter. As long as I can save you, I'm willing to do anything. Qian said. Chapter 96, The Kind Yin. Under the deception of Qian's white lies, Yin had completely placed her trust in him. Feeling much more at ease, Qian took out several pills from the Phantom of the Sea Calming Divine Pearl. Yin, these are detoxification pills. After taking them, you can resist the poisonous miasma here. After Qian explained, he swallowed a pill himself. The protective range of the serene fragrance Douluo immortal product was not large, so Qian naturally could not restrict Yin to this tiny area. After taking this pill, your resistance to poisons will also become stronger, allowing you to avoid most toxins. Qian was not lying to her, he had made these using his own blood, which was why they had such an effect. Thank you for being so considerate of me. Yin was somewhat moved. Qian had been constantly giving of himself for her, how could she not feel it? There's no need for such talk between us as husband and wife. I'm about to fall into a deep sleep and might only wake up in a few days. Be careful with everything. It dawned on Yin that the reason she hadn't been controlled by Qian over the past few days was that his soul was too weak and had fallen into a deep sleep. I understand. You can sleep for a few more days to reduce your consumption. Yin said. Qian felt very gratified. As midnight arrived, his split soul departed and returned to his main body. Another massive surge of spirit power flooded into Qian's body. This was spirit power transformed from the medicinal power of the Narcissus jade bone. Unfortunately, Qian had not yet absorbed a spirit ring, so the bottleneck had not been broken. This spirit power could only accumulate within his body. However, after absorbing this spirit power, Qian discovered that his skin had also improved. Icy skin and jade bones, as if he possessed an immortal's body. The first to notice this change was Zhu Zuqing. She found that Qian had become more approachable, and his scent had also improved. However, she did not know that both of them had spirit power within their bodies transformed from absorbing the Narcissus jade bone. After Qian woke up, he did not mess around with Zhu Zuqing. The two had been honing their spirit abilities for 2 days, and it was time to head out to hunt for a suitable spirit beast. Qian's spirit ring was simple enough, he could just go to the Blue-Silver Forest and ask the Blue-Silver King for one. If there was a suitable spirit beast, he could even sign a contract with it to nurture a spirit soul. Zhu Zuqing's spirit ring would be more troublesome, so Qian planned to take her to the Sunset Forest to hunt for one. The next day, Qian had Zhu Zuqing watch the house while he headed toward the Blue-Silver Forest alone. Blue-Silver King, why do you have such a long face? Have you encountered some difficulty? The Blue-Silver King looked at Qian, who was asking for a spirit ring, and was somewhat speechless. This human was truly too bizarre. He even had the nerve to ask why it had a long face. What human spirit master would directly ask a spirit beast for a spirit ring? Moreover, it was a spirit beast with 75,000 years of cultivation level. Was he not afraid of death? However, for the sake of the Blue-Silver Emperor, it could only endure. I've always looked like this, I don't have a long face. The Blue-Silver King said. But the 10,000-year spirit beast you want might be hard to find. To absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, you need to be able to withstand soul shock. Furthermore, a 10,000-year spirit beast already possesses significant intelligence, it won't let you kill it that easily. Although it was the king of the Blue-Silver Forest, it could not dictate the life and death of other spirit beasts. The spirit beast it had found for Qian last time was only because it was a beast with less than 10,000 years of cultivation and had no intelligence. Blue Silver King, I've recently obtained a type of contract that can be signed with spirit beasts. After signing the contract, the spirit beast will not die but will instead become my spirit soul and grow along with me. Could you ask around and see if any spirit beast is willing to go out and see the world with me? Qian asked. For these plant spirit beasts, wanting to leave was basically a pipe dream. Qian believed some plant spirit beasts would have such thoughts. There's such a contract. Are there any restrictions? The Blue Silver King was greatly surprised. Qian confessed, it's a master-servant contract. The spirit soul contracted to me must obey my commands. It found this novel, and even felt a bit like going outside to take a look or to rescue the long-missing Blue Silver Emperor. But at the thought of becoming Qian's subordinate and losing its freedom, it abandoned the idea. Go back and wait for news first. I'll help you ask if any 10,000-year spirit beasts are willing. The Blue Silver King said. Qian breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that the Blue Silver King was quite reliable. Based on its care for me, I must also do my best to rescue Yin. Qian thought. As night fell, Qian once again possessed Yin. Only one day had passed on his side, but several days had passed for Yin. The flow of time was different. In the dead of night, Yin was actually not sleeping but was out in the sunset forest. Qian quickly switched modes, choosing to attach himself to Yin without controlling her body. You're awake? Yin asked in pleasant surprise. Yin, why have you come out? Why aren't you staying at the ice and fire yin-yang well to cultivate? Qian asked. Have you forgotten that I haven't entered maturity yet? I need to interact with humans to increase my cultivation level. Qian felt a bit embarrassed, he indeed hadn't handled this issue well. If Yin were in her spirit beast form, the ice and fire yin-yang well would be the most suitable place for her to cultivate, but she was currently a shape-shifting spirit beast in her infancy. Then what are you doing here? Why not go to the human world? Qian asked. Yin looked to the side, and only then did Qian notice that a human girl was hiding in a stone cave over there. I remembered you said I should hide in an advanced Soul Master Academy to teach disciples, but I'm afraid of meeting human spirit Douluos. So I want to take in a few disciples to accompany me in my cultivation here, that's why I came here. Qian realized, so you want to take that girl as your disciple? Yin nodded. That's right. I've been observing her for a day. This child is very strong, she actually dared to come here alone to hunt spirit beasts. Most importantly, her spirit is a mutated blue-silver grass. I can teach her how to cultivate. It's good to have a companion. If possible, you can take in a few more disciples to cultivate at the ice and fire yin-yang well. Qian said. Cultivating here was much safer than traveling outside. The poisonous miasma of the ice and fire yin-yang well was a natural safety barrier. Worst case, he would just have to shed some blood and prepare some detoxification pills. Okay, I'll listen to you. Yin then appeared beside the girl. Qian noticed that this girl had a pretty face, but her spirit power was actually only at level 10, yet she dared to enter the sunset forest to hunt spirit beasts. If she hadn't luckily met Yin, this girl would likely have died here. The girl was very alert. As soon as Yin approached, she woke up and looked at Yin cautiously. Don't be afraid. I am also a spirit master. You can trust me. While speaking, Yin released her blue-silver emperor martial soul. As the girl looked at the thick-stemmed, large-leafed blue-silver grass with golden patterns in Yin's hand, her own spirit was actually drawn out as. Well, see, our spirits are both blue-silver grass. Chapter 97. Ning Rongrong's determination, Bibi Dong's investigation. Although both of their spirits were blue-silver grass, Yin's spirit was the emperor among blue-silver grass. Moreover, beneath Yin's blue-silver grass, 5 spirit rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, and black, pulsated. She was clearly a spirit king. Such a cultivation level would be enough to serve as a dean at an intermediate spirit master academy or become a noble in the empire. The young girl clearly felt her own spirit being suppressed, and she couldn't muster any desire to resist. At the same time, she also felt a very intimate sensation from Yin, causing her to lower her guard. Yin retracted her spirit and asked, "Little sister, what is your name?" The young girl felt a weight lift from her body as the suppression of her spirit vanished, so she replied, "Big sister, my name is Bai Yan." Bai Yan. A good name. Are you willing to come with me to cultivate? Yin invited. Bai Yan's eyes lit up. Blue-silver grass was inherently difficult to cultivate, reaching the level of a spirit elder was already hard, let alone a spirit king. Although her spirit was a mutated blue-silver grass, she had only cultivated to level 10. She hadn't even graduated from the Elementary Spirit Master Academy, which was why she had to come out to hunt spirit beasts herself to obtain a spirit ring. She wasn't a fool. If a spirit king powerhouse with a blue-silver grass spirit wanted to take her as a disciple, how could she refuse? Big sister, I am willing. Please take me as your disciple. Bai Yan immediately moved to kneel. Good. But before Bai Yan could kneel, Yin stopped her. No need for such formalities, come with me. Bai Yan's spirit was blue-silver grass. In Yin's eyes, she was like one of her former subjects, deserving of her care. Qian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. With someone to accompany her and allow Yin to absorb human energy, he believed she would soon be able to reach maturity. After reaching maturity, she would be just like a human spirit master and would no longer need to absorb human energy to cultivate. He had passed the mysterious heaven skill to her, and with her aptitude, she would reach the titled Douluo rank soon. The next day, Qian's split soul returned to his main body, and he visited the blue-silver forest again. The Blue-Silver King had actually found him a 30,000-year-old spirit beast willing to sign a spirit soul contract, an ink jade bamboo. Rather than calling it a single ink jade bamboo, it was more like a bamboo forest. This entire bamboo forest was the main body of the ink jade bamboo, occupying an entire hilltop and sharing a single life. Qian successfully signed a spirit soul contract with it, and it also became Qian's fourth spirit ring. However, its soul imprint was still slowly gestating within Qian's spirit ring. It would take some time before it could hatch into a spirit soul. Qian also obtained a spirit ability named Open Black Lens Bracket Undying Body Close Black Lens Bracket. This undying body was not as powerful as the Blue-Silver Emperor's version, but it could still achieve the level of reattaching severed limbs and even regenerating lost limbs. Furthermore, it could transfer damage, shifting fatal injuries to a specific part of the body to absorb the blow. Just like that mountain of bamboo, if one was cut down, another could grow in its place, leaving the spirit beast completely unharmed. Qian's spirit power had also reached level 47, and he was not far from the Spirit King cultivation level. After Qian made a breakthrough, he took Zuching north, preparing to head to the Sunset Forest to hunt spirit beasts and obtain a spirit ring. It wasn't that he was looking for trouble by going far away, but the Sunset Forest was safer than the Star Do Great Forest. Early morning. Inside the castle of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Ning Rongrong climbed out of bed early, but a short while later, she irritably lay back down. She didn't want to go back to sleep, she just felt very unaccustomed to things. Brother Tian, are you really going to abandon me? Days had passed, and Qian, who should have appeared again, had not taken possession of her body. She had originally thought she would be happy to regain her freedom, but she wasn't. She actually missed Qian's possession. Brother Tian wouldn't have gone to find that bad woman, would he? Ning Rongrong thought of Bibi Dong, whom she had met at the Crown Prince's mansion that day. Such a woman was simply the ultimate version of what she wanted to become. With overwhelming power and immense strength, she could do whatever she wanted. No, I can't let her succeed, I must go find Brother Tian. Ning Rongrong said resentfully. Anyway, Brother Tian said that my 7 treasure glazed tile school is useful to the Spirit Hall. As the Supreme Pontiff, Bibi Dong shouldn't dare to make a move against me. Ning Rongrong quickly climbed out of bed, ready to start her morning training. Her rival was already a limit Douluo. If she didn't work harder, she could only watch helplessly as Qian was snatched away by Bibi Dong. Rongrong, good news. The spirit beast suitable for you has been found. Just then, Ning Fengji knocked on her door. I know, Ning Rongrong replied. As the hope of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Fengji dared not let her take any risks. Even when hunting for spirit rings, he would have others identify the target first before taking Ning Rongrong to hunt it. If it weren't for the consideration that the spirit beast might self-destruct, Ning Fengji would have wanted to capture the spirit beast and bring it back for Ning Rongrong to kill. Heaven Do City, Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was quickly flipping through the files of the Spirit Hall in the Heaven Do Empire. This volume of files was selected for her by her subordinates, recording the information of several spirit masters named Qian. Could any of these people be you? Bibi Dong pondered. She discovered that in the Heaven Do Empire alone, there were several spirit masters named Qian. One spirit master with a blue-silver grass spirit was the one she valued the most. Because this spirit master broke through to a one-ring spirit master at 7, registered his spirit soul handbook, broke through to a spirit grandmaster at 9, and broke through to a spirit elder at 10. Such a cultivation speed was not at all how a blue-silver grass spirit should perform. Such a special person would naturally attract her attention. Qian, you cannot escape from my palm. Bibi Dong thought to herself. At the same time, she noticed Qian's family information, which was data she had retrieved from the Heaven Do Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Separated from his parents at such a young age, truly a pitiful person. Bibi Dong prepared to bring Qian's parents to Spirit City to settle down, so they would not be affected by future wars. With her being so thorough, was there any reason to fear that Qian wouldn't be loyal to her? Bibi Dong thought. Sunset Forest. Qian was guarding Zhu Zuqing. She was currently battling a 2,000-year-old ghost leopard. Zhu Zuqing had consumed whale glue and cultivated the mysterious heaven skill. Her body strength and meridian strength had greatly improved. Furthermore, she had consumed an immortal herb, so her spirit aptitude had also improved. Absorbing a 2,000-year-old spirit ring was nothing. Zhu Zuqing only had 200-year spirit ability skills, so battling a spirit beast with 2,000 years of cultivation was somewhat strenuous. But Qian did not rashly intervene. Gaining some combat experience for Zhu Zuqing was a good thing. The ghost leopard was a high-level spirit beast that excelled in speed and attack. Its spirit ring was very suitable for Zhu Zuqing. Spirit Hall had a titled Douluo whose spirit was the ghost leopard, which was enough to show the high quality of this spirit beast. The ghost leopard was very fast, and Zhu Zuqing was constantly suppressed by it. Even when she occasionally hit it, it was only an afterimage it had left behind. Gradually, Zhu Zuqing fell into a disadvantage, and Qian was ready to step in and save her at any moment. Just then, Qian suddenly heard a crisp voice coming from nearby. 9 treasures turn out with glazed light. The 9 treasures are famous: first, power; second, speed; third, spirit. Chapter 98, First Meeting with Ning Rongrong. As that crisp voice fell, 3 rays of light flowed into Zuqing's body. In an instant, Zuqing's spirit power, speed, and strength increased significantly, by a full 40% or more. Zuqing, who had originally been at a disadvantage, unexpectedly began to regain her footing. Qian looked up and saw a young girl and an old man standing on the mountain. The girl had blonde hair and a white dress, her skin as white as snow, looking calm and composed. The old man had sparse hair and beard, looking like a greasy, burly old man. These two were none other than Ning Rongrong and Bon Douluo Gu Rong of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Ning Rongrong had just finished absorbing a spirit ring and happened to be passing by. With Gu Rong bringing her, Qian had not noticed their arrival at all. Seeing Zuqing being bullied by a spirit beast, she couldn't resist wanting to test her new spirit ability and, incidentally, help Zuqing, who was also a human spirit master. Sensing someone watching her, Ning Rongrong feigned calmness as she activated her spirit ability to buff Zuqing. At this moment, in Qian's eyes, Ning Rongrong surprisingly reminded him a bit of Qian Runshui. What a coincidence. This girl is actually putting on an act in front of me. Qian found it somewhat amusing. Usually, Ning Rongrong was mischievous and full of schemes, but now she was acting like some kind of expert. If Qian hadn't already known her true nature, he probably would have been fooled by her. Zuqing had been entangled with the ghost leopard for a long time, but with Ningrongrong's help, she slowly gained the upper hand. Seeing that she had trained enough, Qian stopped watching and directly expanded his blue-silver domain. Oh, this is an innate domain. Ji Rong exclaimed softly, looking at Qian. A spirit master capable of cultivating a domain either had cultivated their spirit to a profound level or possessed outstanding spirit talent that came with an innate domain. Such a person with a spirit domain was extremely rare, even in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Moreover, Qian's spirit was the blue-silver grass, publicly recognized in the spirit master's world as a trash spirit, making this even rarer. Qian first used his first spirit ring ability to disguise the color of his spirit rings. His spirit ring colors now appeared as the ordinary yellow, yellow, purple, purple. At the same time, his second spirit ring lit up. The blue-silver overlord spear combined with the blue-silver domain, transforming into a new skill, open black lens bracket blue-silver spear formation close black lens bracket. Under the effect of Qian's ability to multitask, the 3 overlord spears precisely avoided the ghost leopard's afterimages and found its main body. These 3 overlord spears pierced into the ghost leopard's waist, abdomen, and legs respectively, severely injuring it and leaving it unable to move. Seizing the opportunity, Zuqing thrust the black light in her hand into the ghost leopard's heart, ending its life. When a purple spirit ring emerged, Zuqing looked faintly at Ningrongrong. "Thank you." Ningrongrong retracted her spirit, feeling somewhat displeased. "This woman is quite pretty, but she's even more pretentious than I am." She was already a level 33 spirit elder, and a support spirit master at that. Logically, no one had the right to be pretentious in front of her. Seeing this, Qian also stepped forward to thank her. "Thank you for your help, miss. I am Tian Qi, and that is my companion, Zuqing. May I ask for your name, miss?" Ningrongrong felt a bit better and said indifferently, "You are too kind. My name is Ningrongrong, and I am a disciple of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Helping out is only the right thing to do. So Miss Rongrong is from the upper 3 sects. Truly extraordinary," Qian said, feigning shock. At least he has some discernment. Ningrongrong thought to herself. Haha, young friend Tian Qi is also not simple. To have such a cultivation level at such a young age, I wonder which sect you come from. Ji Rong looked at Qian with burning eyes, his desire to cherish talent stirring. Qian shook his head. "Thank you for the praise, senior, but this junior has no master." Ji Rong's eyes lit up. "How about you join our 7 treasure glazed tile school, young friend?" Is the 7 treasure glazed tile school not a sect for support spirit masters? Qian asked. Seeing the two chatting happily, Ningrongrong felt a bit unhappy and interrupted. "Our 7 treasure glazed tile school has battle spirit masters too." Rongrong is right, the 7 treasure glazed tile school also has battle spirit masters, and the treatment is much better than the Zhu family of the Douluo Empire. Ji Rong smiled mysteriously and said, "And you even have the chance to become partners with direct disciples, heh. I appreciate your kindness, senior, but I am used to being a free spirit and fear I cannot endure the constraints of a sect." Ji Rong wanted to say more, but thinking that Qian's spirit was only blue-silver grass, a spirit publicly recognized in the spirit master's world as a trash spirit, he let the matter drop. Just then, Zuqing had already started absorbing the spirit ring, and Ji Rong's attention was drawn away. Tisk tisk, this girl's talent is no less than Rongrong's. To think she dares to absorb a 2,000-year spirit ring. The Douluo Zhu family might be about to produce someone worth looking at. But this kid probably has no chance, he can't compete with the Douluo royal family. Ji Rong's muttering was not loud, but it was heard by both Qian and Ningrongrong. Qian just smiled, unconcerned, but the fire of gossip in Ningrongrong's heart was burning fiercely. "Grandpa Ji, are you saying she has a connection with the Douluo royal family?" Ningrongrong's gaze shifted between Zuqing and Qian. Ji Rong nodded and began to tell Ningrongrong the story of the Douluo royal family. As a veteran titled Douluo, he naturally knew many secrets, and besides, the affairs of the Star Luo royal family were not really secrets at all. This included the martial soul fusion skill of the Dai family and the Zhu family, as well as their generations of intermarriage. As Ning Rongrong listened, her gaze toward Qitian and Zuqing became increasingly fervent. She felt as if she were seeing a romance story from a novel, a poor boy running away with a royal consort, being hunted by the royal family. This was sure to be interesting. Anyway, I have already run away from home to look for news of Brother Tian, why not just go with them? Following them will definitely be interesting. Ning Rongrong thought to herself. Thinking of this, a plan formed in Ning Rongrong's mind. She whispered to Ji Yu Rong, Grandpa Bone, why did you recruit that Tianqi earlier? Do you think highly of him? Bone Douluo lowered his head and explained patiently, indeed, this kid is not simple. He has a spirit power cultivation level of 47 at such a young age. Although he had not checked Qitian's bone age, Qitian looked very young, at most 16 or 17 years old. Reaching the level of spirit ancestor at 16 or 17 is definitely considered a cultivation genius, even in the 7 treasure glazed tile school. And he has also awakened his spirit's innate domain, and his application of spirit abilities has reached the extreme. Just now, he combined his domain with his spirit ring ability, and the momentum of the skill was comparable to a spirit ability of several thousand years. He is definitely a little genius. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong also became curious about Qitian. Grandpa Bone, what do you think if I go out to train with them? Ning Rongrong said, eager to try. Ji Yu Rong was startled. Oh my little ancestor, please don't call me Grandpa. Going out to train. If anything happens to you, your father and that old killer would definitely dismantle my old bones. Chapter 99, Ning Rongrong leaves home. If Ning Rongrong's spirit hadn't evolved into the 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the sect might have allowed her to go out and gain experience. At that time, although her talent was outstanding, her upper limit was already set. She could only cultivate to level 79 at most, making her replaceable. But now, she is the only support spirit master in the 7 treasure glazed tile school who might cultivate into a titled Douluo, so leaving the sect isn't that simple. Even though Ji Yu Rong is the 2nd strongest expert in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, he didn't dare to make the decision for Ning Fengji to let Ning Rongrong go out and gain experience. Seeing Ji Yu Rong refuse, Ning Rongrong was so angry she almost wanted to pluck out his few remaining whiskers. Grandpa Bone Tilda, Ning Rongrong whined, tugging on Bone Douluo's sleeve. All right, Rongrong, don't make things difficult for me. If you want to go out and gain experience, your father needs to agree. Bone Douluo said. Sigh tilde, Ning Rongrong sighed, seemingly having anticipated this outcome long ago. However, she wasn't discouraged and was fully confident she could persuade Ning Fengji. She could lie, claiming that the person who gave her information about the immortal herb required her to go out and gain experience. Ning Fengji is still collecting information about the immortal herb, so he couldn't possibly be uninterested in it. He would definitely be willing to let her go. After a while, Zhu Zuqing finally successfully absorbed a spirit ring and broke through to become a spirit elder. Hiss, level 34 spirit power. Did this old man misjudge? Bone Douluo exclaimed in surprise. He originally thought Ning Rongrong was already a once-in-a-century genius, but he didn't expect there to be another expert. Even a genius like Ning Rongrong only broke through to level 32 spirit power after absorbing a spirit ring. But this girl from the Zhu family actually had 2 levels. Higher spirit power than Ning Rongrong. Rongrong, these 2 are very good. You can try to befriend them. Bone Douluo transmitted his voice. Although they couldn't recruit the 2 into the sect, building good relationships with them wouldn't hurt. I understand, Grandpa Bone. Ning Rongrong also felt that Zhu Zuqing's spirit power was higher than hers. Although she didn't know her exact cultivation level, she couldn't deny her excellence. Born in the 7 treasure glazed tile school, she naturally knew what she should do. After absorbing the spirit ring, Zhu Zuqing stood up, glanced at Qitian, and then thanked Ning Rongrong. Even without Ning Rongrong's help, Qitian would have helped her hunt spirit beasts. However, Ning Rongrong's spirit ability helped her realize her next cultivation direction, so she was still very grateful to Ning Rongrong. But Zhu Zuqing's personality was cold, so she just gave a dry thank you. Ning Rongrong didn't mind. She took out a jade token and handed it to Qi Tian. Tian Qi, Zuqing, this is our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School sect token. You are welcome to visit the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Our 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's merchant associations are all over the continent. If you encounter difficulties, you can use this token to find someone for help at a local merchant association. Qi Tian took the token and said, "Thank you, we will." Seeing this, Douluo didn't let Ning Rongrong continue to disturb Qi Tian and Zhu Zuqing. He took her and left the Sunset Forest. As soon as they left, the pressure on Zhu Zuqing disappeared, and she felt much more relaxed. Qi Tian, why did you use an alias just now? Is there something wrong with this 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Zhu Zuqing asked curiously. Qi Tian shook his head and honestly said, I once used the possession skill on Ning Rongrong, just like I did with you. So I can't reveal my real name in front of her, otherwise if Douluo attacks me, I won't be able to resist. Zhu Zuqing was stunned. Although she had long suspected that Qi Tian might have used the possession skill on more than just her. But hearing Qi Tian personally say that he had also used this skill on Ning Rongrong, it was impossible for Zhu Zuqing not to feel a pang of jealousy. The fact that he used that skill on Ning Rongrong meant that he had also taken liberties with Ning Rongrong's body, just as he had with hers. Ning Rongrong's figure should be pretty good, right? Zhu Zuqing placed her hand on Qi Tian's waist. Qi Tian subconsciously commented, her figure isn't as good as yours, but her skin is nice, soft and tender, with a hint of tulip fragrance. Hiss tilde ouch, ouch, ouch tilde, Qi Tian suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Zhu Zuqing grabbed the soft flesh on his waist and twisted it 180 degrees. Qi Tian, despite having a main body spirit, didn't dare to resist. His acute perception instead made his pain even more sensitive. Zuqing, are you jealous? Qi Tian wrapped his arm around her in return. HMPH tilde, Zhu Zuqing released her hand, her anger mostly subsided. I'm not jealous. If you want to be with Ning Rongrong, just go directly, I won't stop you. Zhu Zuqing said coldly. How could that be? I'm only with you now. Qi Tian said. Ning Rongrong's backing was too powerful, and Qi Tian couldn't guarantee whether she would side with the sector with him, so he temporarily had no plans for her. Unlike Zhu Zuqing, she had abandoned her family to follow him. Besides him, she truly had nothing. Zhu Zuqing was no longer angry. Perhaps she had long anticipated such a day. Her words just now were sincere. If Qi Tian had other women, it only proved that he was strong enough. However, those women couldn't be disreputable, and they also needed her approval. The education she received since childhood was like this, because their marriage alliance was with the imperial family. How could an emperor only have one empress? If Qi Tian could win over an excellent woman like Ning Rongrong, it would further prove that she had followed the right person. However, Zhu Zuqing also felt a lot of pressure. What if she was too weak to keep the women around Qi Tian in check? HMPH, it's all this guy's fault. As soon as Zhu Zuqing got angry, she grabbed the soft flesh on Qi Tian's waist again and twisted it 180 degrees. 3 months later, at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, Sword Douluo, and Bone Douluo hid in the shadows, watching the stealthy Ning Rongrong leave the sect's ancient castle. Sect Master, are we just going to let Rongrong leave like this? Ji Yu Rong asked with some concern. Ning Fengji sighed, saying, a grown woman cannot be kept. Rongrong's heart isn't with the sect. It's better to let her go out, it will also help her cultivate. I have already dispatched several guards to secretly follow her according to sect rules. She will be fine. Sword Douluo also agreed, Rongrong is exceptionally talented. Traveling outside will benefit her growth. Ning Fengji nodded. Rongrong had confessed to him that a powerful expert was secretly guiding her, which allowed her spirit to evolve. Could an expert whose traces even Sword Douluo couldn't find be a simple person? Cultivating alongside such an expert might be the most suitable cultivation method for Ning Rongrong. His only worry was that such an expert would definitely not be unknown and might even come from the spirit hall. If Ning Rongrong became a disciple of a powerful expert from the spirit hall, the 7 treasure glazed tile school might become a vassal of the spirit hall in the future. Never mind. One must trust the wisdom of future generations. If Rongrong can become a titled Douluo, it proves she is stronger than me. Chapter 100. The Gears of Fate. Qian and Zhu Zuqing had returned to their old spot, continuing their daily cultivation. However, besides his own cultivation, Qian would also possess qian to cultivate. While only a few months passed for him, 2 years had already passed for qian, and her cultivation level finally reached 61st rank. Qian officially entered her maturity, she would no longer have her identity seen through, and could cultivate like human spirit masters. On this day, Qian once again possessed qian. On the mountain outside the ice and fire yin-yang well, several wooden houses had been built, where qian and her 3 disciples lived. The 3 disciples were all young girls qian had rescued from the sunset forest. The eldest disciple, Bai Yan, had a mutated blue-silver grass spirit. The second disciple, Qingqing, had a heavenly azure vine spirit. The third disciple, Yunur, had an illusory poison flower spirit. Qian, you've entered your maturity now. You can cultivate without staying with others. You should send these disciples down the mountain and let them go to a Spirit Master Academy to cultivate. Okay, I'll listen to you. Qian had grown accustomed to listening to Qian, almost like a wife following her husband's lead. In the early morning, Qian knocked on the doors of the 3 rooms next door, and the 3 girls walked out. At this moment, Qian suddenly noticed that Bai Yan's hair had changed from long black hair to long blue hair. Not only that, her unremarkable appearance had also become somewhat prettier, making her a small beauty. Qian had a bad premonition, because he had experienced something similar. This was something that happened during the secondary awakening of a spirit, but he had his body martial soul suppressing it, so his hair color had changed back. Qian, why did Bai Yan's hair change color? Qian asked uneasily. Oh, her. Although Bai Yan's spirit is a mutated blue-silver grass, her cultivation talent is still too poor, so I helped her awaken the blue-silver king martial soul. This way, she should be able to graduate smoothly from an intermediate spirit master academy. Qian said. She was still too kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see Bai Yan suffer, so she actually used the aura of the blue-silver emperor to help Bai Yan awaken the blue-silver king martial soul. Qian, you were too impulsive. What if someone learns the secret of the blue-silver grass spirit's secondary awakening and comes looking for you? Qian said, impossible. On the Douluo continent, only I and the blue-silver king know the secret of the blue-silver grass spirit. If the blue-silver king and I don't speak, no one will know this secret. Qian, you think too much. You should rest well and conserve some soul power. I wouldn't want to become a god only to be unable to save you. Perhaps due to Qian's influence, Bai Yan's appearance had a 3/10 resemblance to Qian. Even with just 3/10, it was enough to make her a very beautiful woman. Qian sighed, gave some instructions to the 3 girls, and sent them down the mountain. On the official road, 2 ordinary-looking middle-aged men, full of high spirits, were rushing towards Heaven Do City. Big brother, I didn't expect you to break through to Spirit Douluo so quickly after the trip to Devil's Island. Second brother, your cultivation level isn't weak either. You'll catch up to me soon. Big brother, are we returning to the sect now? The older middle-aged man said, of course, we've been out adventuring for several years. And given our age, it's time for us to marry and have children. The other gray-robed man shook his head and said, Father will definitely arrange for us to marry women from the 4 affiliated families. I don't want that. The women of the Tai family and Niu family are big and crude, not pretty enough. The direct descendant daughter of the Bai family is related to us by blood, which isn't suitable. Everyone in the Yang family cultivates the soul-breaking spear, they all look gloomy and are too uncomfortable to be around. In short, he didn't fancy the women of the 4 great families. The other man also nodded in agreement. Second brother, your name carries the name of Clear Sky. Expanding the sect and forming alliances with the 4 great families is up to you. I, big brother, will reluctantly marry an ordinary woman. Just then, he noticed that his second brother was staring blankly to the west. He followed his gaze and saw 3 young girls walking towards them from the direction of the sunset forest. All 3 girls were quite beautiful, one as vibrant as a poisonous flower, one pure and pretty. And another looked gentle and delicate, with exquisite features, and a head of blue hair that added to her charm. The 2 middle-aged men's eyes were fixed. That blue-haired girl seemed to perfectly match their aesthetic. Big brother, I think I should have a family. Your cultivation level is higher, so you should inherit the sect. After saying that, the middle-aged man quietly followed behind the 3 girls, trying to find an opportunity to strike up a conversation with them. I think father is still young, let him continue to shine for the sect. We'll continue to adventure on the continent. After speaking, he also caught up with his second brother. Qian didn't know that the tool-like disciple he had just sent down the mountain had instantly captivated the 2 from the Clear Sky sect. If he had known, he would rather keep Bai Yan by his side forever than let them go down the mountain. Ah Yin, are you going to cultivate here or return to the blue-silver forest to cultivate? I'll return to the blue-silver forest. It's been a long time since I've seen my people. She was now in human form, and cultivating in an environment like the blue-silver forest would be even faster than here. A few years later, Tang Hao, with his secretly betrothed lover, prepared to return to the sect to visit his elders. Passing through Nuoding City, he discovered an interesting man. This person called himself Grandmaster, a spirit theory expert, yet he was barely surviving in a junior spirit master academy. Grandmaster looked at his idol, Tang Hao, unable to control his excitement. If my spirit didn't have flaws, it should be me, not Tang Hao, who is famous on the continent, right? In terms of spirits, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, with the #1 beast spirit in the world, is no worse than the Clear Sky sect, with the #1 tool spirit in the world. In terms of talent, I, Yu Shaogang, will definitely not be weaker than anyone. Grandmaster secretly thought. He looked at Tang Hao as if he were looking at another version of himself, a version whose spirit had not undergone a malignant mutation. Grandmaster, you have done much research on spirits. You must not know what my lover's spirit is. Tang Hao said confidently. Oh, please have your esteemed wife display her spirit. Grandmaster was also very confident. You too. Bai Yan gently glanced at Tang Hao and displayed her spirit. This was a blue-silver grass with thick branches and large leaves, but its stems and leaves had many silver patterns. Below the blue-silver grass, 4 spirit rings were clearly pulsating. Blue-silver grass. 4-ring spirit elder. How is that possible? Grandmaster looked at her in shock. He clearly remembered that blue-silver grass spirits generally only had 0.5 spirit power and would, like himself, get stuck at a certain bottleneck, unable to break through. But wasn't this spirit in front of him also blue-silver grass? Why did it break through rank 40? Chapter 101, Tang Hao's Calculation. Open black lens bracket revision notice. Sorry, fellow readers. The author has been traveling from the village back to the city for the past 2 days and my brain turned to mush. I wrote a poison point. I have changed the setting of Tang Hao's wife in the previous text to a fallen one who has killed people. Although it's still a bit poisonous, it's better than before. Close black lens bracket. Grandmaster, what did you say was impossible? Tang Hao noticed Yu Shaogang's loss of composure. Grandmaster took a few more looks at Bai Yan's spirit, confirming he hadn't seen it wrong. While this spirit was slightly different, it was definitely blue-silver grass. I once was at Spirit Hall. Quote, Spirit Hall. Tang Hao frowned. Grandmaster realized his slip of the tongue and quickly corrected himself. I once investigated. Over the past 100 years, among 647 people whose spirit was blue-silver grass, only 16 possessed spirit power, a probability of less than 3%. Even among those 16 people who possessed spirit power, not a single one had an innate spirit power exceeding rank 1. With such innate spirit power, it is very difficult even to cultivate to a spirit grandmaster, yet your wife has cultivated to a 4-ring spirit elder, so I say it is impossible. Quote, Tang Hao frowned. Bai Yan saw Tang Hao's expression and felt some panic in her heart. She was able to cultivate to her current realm because, firstly, she had previously devoured others' cultivation level. How could cultivating by oneself be faster than devouring others? Secondly, it was because Yin helped her perform a secondary awakening of her spirit, greatly increasing her cultivation speed. As someone who had trained in Slaughter City, Tang Hao naturally knew about spirit masters like the Fallen Ones. Therefore, after being with Tang Hao, she forcefully suppressed her spirit's desire to devour. Fortunately, Yin helped her awaken the blue-silver king martial soul, and the upright aura of a king suppressed the aura of the fallen ones, otherwise, she would likely have been discovered by Tang Hao. Now that Yu Shaogang had brought it up, how could she remain calm? As a successor of the Clear Sky sect, how could Tang Hao possibly be with a fallen one? Grandmaster, could Yun'er not be that special one? Tang Hao asked. Grandmaster confidently shook his head and said, impossible. Quote, he thought to himself, how could the records of Spirit Hall be wrong? At this moment, in order to avoid Tang Hao's misunderstanding, Bai Yan finally couldn't help but speak up. How, Grandmaster, actually my spirit was originally just ordinary blue-silver grass. It was my teacher who helped me perform a secondary awakening of my spirit. Quote, I have my current achievements all thanks to my teacher's help. Quote, although Yin had never acknowledged the three of them as her disciples, they had long since assumed that Yin was their teacher. Secondary awakening of a spirit. Grandmaster's eyes lit up. Since blue-silver grass could do it, couldn't his Luo Sanpao do the same? He already saw the hope of breaking through his bottleneck, cultivating to become a powerhouse, and going back to slap the faces of those in his family and spirit hall. Yun'er, why didn't you tell me about this before? Tang Hao was also interested. I'm sorry, Hao. I didn't intentionally hide it from you, but my teacher likes to live in seclusion and it is inconvenient for her to see people. Quote, the reason Bai Yan hadn't said anything was because Yin was truly too beautiful. Even though she only possessed 30% of Yin's beauty, she was still able to attract the Tang brothers. If they were to see Yin, their souls would be hooked away. At this moment, Grandmaster eagerly asked, Mrs. Tang, I don't know how your spirit performed its secondary awakening. Quote, in order to clear herself of the suspicion of being a fallen one, Bai Yan recounted the situation at that time. My teacher used her blue-silver grass spirit to resonate with the blue-silver grass and other plant spirit beasts in the forest. Quote, that power surged into my body, allowing my spirit to undergo a secondary awakening. Oh right, my spirit is actually the blue-silver king martial soul now. Quote, blue-silver king martial soul. Grandmaster suddenly remembered a volume of the spirit beast atlas he had seen in Spirit Hall. That's it, I remember now. Your spirit is indeed the blue-silver king martial soul. Quote, however, since your teacher could help you awaken your spirit, what level of blue-silver grass is her spirit? Grandmaster muttered. Tang Hao and Grandmaster looked at each other, and both simultaneously thought of a possibility. That was the Emperor of the blue-silver grass spirit beasts, the blue-silver Emperor. Only this level could help Bai Yan's spirit undergo a secondary awakening. Moreover, Yin, who could achieve this, was likely not a human. She might be the legendary shape-shifting spirit beast. Otherwise, how could one explain her ability to manipulate other blue-silver grass spirit beasts to help Bai Yan awaken her spirit? Thinking of this, Tang Hao was filled with excitement. He was now over rank 80. If his 9th spirit ring could absorb 100,000-year spirit ring, how powerful would he be? Yu Shaogang only thought of the blue-silver emperor, but did not think in the direction of a shape-shifting spirit beast, because he simply did not know about such things. Tang Hao chatted with Yu Shaogang for a while, then eagerly pulled Bai Yan away. Yun'er, let me ask you, what is your teacher's cultivation level as a spirit master? Tang Hao asked eagerly. Bai Yan thought for a moment and said, I don't know. We haven't been in contact for several years. Quote, Tang Hao asked again, then when you and your teacher parted ways, what rank of spirit master was she? Quote, I remember that after teacher broke through to Spirit Emperor, she let us go down the mountain to train. Quote, ha ha ha, great, heaven is helping me. Tang Hao was excited. 100,000-year spirit beast that transforms into human form must cultivate to spirit emperor to enter maturity and hide its spirit beast aura. And the teacher in Bai Yan's words perfectly matched this point. After she utilized Bai Yan's popularity to cultivate to spirit emperor, Bai Yan and the others were no longer useful, so her teacher drove them down the mountain. Bai Yan asked somewhat confusedly, "How, what are you laughing at?" Quote, Tang Hao shook his head and did not tell Bai Yan the truth, lest he destroy his image in her heart. "Nothing. Just thought of something happy." Quote, "Yunur, this time when we return to the sect, let's hold our wedding." Quote, "You don't have any relatives left, why not invite your teacher to come and witness our happiness?" Quote, Bai Yan frowned. She actually didn't want Tang Hao to see Yin, such a peerless beauty of the world. However, she was already pregnant, so he should take responsibility and not fall in love with someone else, right? "How, thank you. I will try to contact my teacher. If I can't reach her, then forget it, I am already very happy." Quote, "No, you must invite her," Tang Hao said sternly. Bai Yan was startled by his loud voice. Tang Hao realized his tone was too harsh and quickly comforted Bai Yan. Tang Hao said softly, "Yunur, a wedding only happens once. Only with your teacher present can our spirit power be considered perfection." Quote, Bai Yan breathed a sigh of relief and said, "How, you scared me just now." Quote, "I will let teacher come to attend our spirit power," Bai Yan said. Her spirit was one that Yin helped her perform a secondary awakening on, so she could sense that Yin was still alive. This was the resonance of the blue-silver grass on the continent with the blue-silver emperor. If Yin died, other blue-silver grass spirit beasts would also sense it. Just like how the blue-silver king had always been in the blue-silver forest but knew of Yin's life or death. However, Bai Yan did not know where Yin was. Wanting to find Yin was not that simple. A month later, Bai Yan took Tang Hao traveling thousands of miles and found her two junior sisters. They had been to the ice and fire Yin Yang well, been to Heaven Do City, and been to many places, but had no news of their teacher. "How, letting my two junior sisters witness our happiness can also be considered perfection. Shall we stop looking?" Quote, Tang Hao shook his head and said, "No, we must find her." Quote, "But, our child is becoming more and more visible, will our long-distance travel be bad for his growth?" Bai Yan asked. "It won't be. We are both spirit masters, our bodies are not that fragile." Quote, 100,000-year spirit ring was a rare opportunity, how could he easily give up? Bai Yan couldn't understand, was her teacher's presence really that important? She felt that Tang Hao had changed, it seemed he didn't love her as much anymore. "If I had known earlier, I would have been better off marrying the eldest brother," Bai Yan thought to herself. At the time, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao were both pursuing her. It was because Tang Xiao said Tang Hao was the next sect master of the Clear Sky sect that she chose Tang Hao. With the protection of the sect master of the upper three sects, she would then be able to let go and use her spirit's devouring ability to increase her cultivation level. Now Tang Hao was wandering free and unfettered, while instead, Tang Xiao had returned to the sect and showed signs of taking over the sect. However, the boat had already sailed. Unless Tang Hao died, she could not remarry. Thinking of this, the viciousness in Bai Yan's heart flashed and disappeared. After all, she was a spirit master who had been a fallen one, she was not as weak as she appeared on the surface. "How, I understand. I will find teacher," Bai Yan said. Tang Hao nodded and said, "Good, we will continue to look for her. Think again, where might she appear?" Quote, Chapter 102, Yin's Dead End. Qi main body was nearly 12 years old at this time. Yin, whom Tang Hao and his wife had been searching for a long time, was currently holed up in the blue-silver forest to cultivate. Qi would occasionally use possession on her, but because the time-flow ratio was unstable, this experience was like watching a fast-forwarded movie. Fortunately, Yin was in her element in the blue-silver forest, with many of her kin for company, so she did not feel lonely even when Qi was not there. A month later, Tang Hao and Bai Yan still hadn't found Yin. He grew increasingly disdainful of Bai Yan, even though she was already carrying his child. This won't do. If we go on like this, we'll never find that shapeshifting spirit beast. I have to use another method. He thought of a way to borrow a knife to kill, writing an anonymous secret letter and sending it to Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall's influence covers the entire continent. Having them help look for someone will be much faster than me searching on my own. I don't believe the people in Spirit Hall wouldn't be tempted by 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, Tang Hao thought to himself. During this time, he had already learned all the information Bai Yan knew about Yin. Not only that, Tang Hao had also hired someone to draw a portrait of Yin and sent it to Spirit City along with the letter. Only then did he realize how beautiful Bai Yan's teacher was. If she weren't a spirit beast, he might have fallen for her. Precisely because of this, he no longer had feelings for his wife, Bai Yan, and thus discarded her like a worn-out shoe. If not for the fact that he still needed to find Yin, and that Bai Yan was carrying his child, he would have sent her back to the sect to be fostered long ago. Heaven rewards the diligent, and Tang Hao's scheming finally succeeded. Spirit Hall's power was immense, spreading across the entire continent, even small villages had grassroots organizations of Spirit Hall. After several months, they had actually found all the information on Yin. This included her Spirit Soul Handbook, the Spirit Master Academy she had attended, and her classmates and teachers. All were dug out by the people of Spirit Hall one by one. The last location where Yin had appeared was a small city near the capital of the Sylph's kingdom. Tang Hao had been keeping a close eye on the movements in Spirit City. Before the people from Spirit Hall could take action, he had already rushed to that small city. He lacked the confidence to snatch the 100,000-year spirit beast from the jaws of Spirit Hall, so he had also invited Tang Xiao. In the small city, Bai Yan's face was pale. The months of traveling had tortured her, as she was near her due date. Second brother, why don't we let your wife find a place to rest? She is pregnant and cannot endure such tossing about anymore, Tang Xiao said, feeling some pity. Tang Hao frowned. Currently, only Bai Yan could sense the trail of that 100,000-year spirit beast. How could she rest? However, he could not act too excessively in front of his elder brother. Big brother, I will walk around nearby. You take Yun'er to rest first. After saying this, Tang Hao left the small city without even looking at Bai Yan, searching for the Yin from the portrait in the nearby villages and towns. Bai Yan felt desolate in her heart, not knowing why Tang Hao had become like this. If she had known, she would have been better off marrying Tang Xiao. Bai Yan looked at the tall man beside her. He was as plain-looking as Tang Hao, but he gave off a different feeling. Big brother, Tang Hao, sob. Bai Yan finally couldn't help but cry. Pregnancy was already exhausting, and being dragged around like this was too much, even for a spirit master. She sobbed in Tang Xiao's arms. Tang Xiao felt a stir in his heart, but constrained by propriety, he could only softly comfort Bai Yan. Sister-in-law, I will properly persuade second brother. Let's go and rest first. Yin was currently cultivating in the blue-silver forest. She did not know that her whereabouts had been exposed. She had entered maturity and was now a true human, so naturally, she had various complex needs just like humans. The reason she appeared in the nearby small city was that she also needed to eat, drink, and relieve herself, and needed to go to the city to make purchases. Although Qian would occasionally conjure some things for her, she still wanted to stroll through the city, even if just to satisfy her craving. Is Qian's divine soul still sleeping? So boring. Yin grumbled. After years of cultivation, she had become a spirit saint, but becoming a god was still a distant prospect. Let's go out for a walk. Yin thought to herself. She ended her cultivation, left the blue-silver forest, and prepared to go to a nearby small village to see signs of human life. Tang Hao, wearing a gray robe, sat on a rock drinking, trying to ease the restlessness in his heart. Where exactly could you be? Just then, he saw a woman wearing a blue cloth dress, with long blue hair draped over her shoulders, strolling in the fields. It's her. Tang Hao had excellent eyesight and recognized at a glance that this woman was the Yin described by Bai Yan. Her appearance was so stunning, and her temperament was in such perfect harmony with nature. Watching this scene, Tang Hao could not bear to go up and disturb her. The person in the distance was practically perfectly aligned with his aesthetic. Compared to her, his wife didn't even measure up to a single hair. It's a pity she is a spirit beast. But what if she isn't a spirit beast? Could we perhaps? Tang Hao thought to himself. Thinking of this, Tang Hao prepared to first get to know Yin and test whether she was truly human. At this moment, he actually hoped that his deduction was wrong. However, thinking of the 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone, he felt it was better if the other party was a spirit beast. Yin was in the fields, looking at the cooking smoke from the village, feeling extremely content. The only discord was the middle-aged man in the gray robe not far away. He didn't look very good, ruining the scenery. "Hello, miss. May I ask if your excellency is Bai Yan's teacher?" Tang Hao asked. Bai Yan? Who? Yin was stunned. Years had passed, and she had almost forgotten those pawns. However, as a spirit master, her memory was not that bad. Yin tucked the hair ruffled by the breeze behind her ear and thought for a moment before saying, "I do know Bai Yan. She lived with me for a period of time, but she is not my disciple." Her tucking gesture directly threw Tang Hao's heart into chaos. Inviting her to attend his wedding was something Tang Hao could not bring himself to say. How could he mention his upcoming marriage in front of such a stunning beauty? "Forget it. Since I've found her, there's no need to hold this wedding. I'm almost level 90 anyway. As long as I can stay by her side, that's enough." Tang Hao regretted not dressing himself up better, but he was still very confident in his cultivation level. Among the younger generation on the continent today, only the spirit hall holy maiden Bibi Dong was better than him. "Bai Yan is my friend. My name is Tang Hao." "What is your name, miss?" Tang Hao asked. "Tang Hao. You are Tang Hao." Yin's face turned pale. How could she not remember this name? Qian had told her about the culprit who plotted to kill her, the person who snatched her son's physical body from Qian's hands. How could he be here, and specifically looking for me? Could it be that he found out my identity? That's right, he mentioned Bai Yan just now. It was her side that exposed me. Yin's mind was in turmoil, regretting not listening to Qian. She shouldn't have helped Bai Yan. With the awakening of the blue-silver king martial soul back then. "Do you know about me?" Tang Hao was pleasantly surprised, thinking the other party knew of the reputation he had built over the years. Yin shook her head and said, "I don't know. You've mistaken me for someone else. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first." After speaking, she walked towards the direction of the blue-silver forest. Once there, with the blue-silver king helping her, ordinary spirit Douluo would not be her match. "Wait a moment, miss. You cannot leave yet." Tang Hao blocked her path. "Move aside, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." Yin's expression darkened. She deployed her blue-silver domain, and the blue-silver grass in the fields began to grow wildly. Chapter 103, Tang San born. "If I haven't guessed wrong, you should be a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form, right?" Tang Hao asked. He still held a glimmer of hope in his heart, wishing Yin would deny this, but he hoped even more that Yin would admit the fact that she was a shape-shifting spirit beast. Yin did not answer Tang Hao. Her heart sank to the bottom in that instant. So, has my identity really been exposed? She couldn't help but marvel at the mysteriousness of fate. She never expected that even after receiving Qian's warning, Tang Hao would still come knocking at her door. Fortunately, she would not be deceived by Tang Hao again. Possessing the ability of immortality, as long as she did not offer a sacrifice, Tang Hao would never be able to obtain her spirit ring and spirit bone. Yin activated her blue-silver domain. After expanding the domain, her heart settled down quite a bit. Although she was only a spirit saint, within the domain she had developed to its limit, ordinary spirit masters simply could not kill her. Unless she was willing to offer a sacrifice herself, Tang Hao could forget about getting her spirit ring and spirit bone. But if she used this ability, she would have to pay a price. It would delay her cultivation and disrupt her plans to enter the soul transformation stage. Yin did not know how much longer Tian's divine soul could hold on, so she wanted to cultivate quickly to resurrect Tian. Therefore, Yin did not want to die here, nor did she want to use her resurrection ability casually. Inside the blue-silver domain, the sky filled with blue-silver grass transformed into golden light, piercing toward Tang Hao. In the few years they had spent together, Tian had also taught Yin the mind separation control technique, further enhancing her control. I didn't expect the blue-silver grass spirit to have such power. Your blue-silver grass is truly extraordinary, Tang Hao exclaimed in admiration. Although his spirit was the clear sky hammer, he followed a path of pure strength. His spirit ability was not fancy at all, and he swung his hammer directly at the golden light. With a loud boom, the immense power erupted, instantly shattering the incoming golden light. Tang Hao had used his full strength for this strike. Yin only had the cultivation level of a spirit saint, so naturally, she could not oppose Tang Hao, who was a spirit Douluo. But Yin knew that it would be difficult for her to defeat a disciple of such a large sect like Tang Hao. Her goal was to escape. While Tang Hao was counter-attacking, Yin shifted her position within the domain, running in the direction away from Tang Hao. Seeing this, Tang Hao was not in a hurry, because his spirit power was still slightly lacking. Even if he killed Yin, he would not be able to absorb the spirit ring for the time being. Yin's silence just now had already proven that she was the shape-shifting spirit beast he was looking for. All Tang Hao had to do was keep up with Yin and not let her get away. Just at this moment, Tang Hao suddenly saw several powerful spirit power auras approaching rapidly from the distance. Tang Hao looked closely and saw that the person leading them was a handsome, blonde-haired youth, followed by 4 others whose auras were equally formidable. "Qian Xunji, why are you here? Are you tracking me?" Tang Hao's heart sank. He hadn't expected the people from Spirit Hall to arrive so quickly. All the preparations he had made were about to go to waste. "Audacious Tang Hao, how dare you not salute when seeing His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff?" shouted the guardian elder beside Qian Xunji. Qian Xunji waved his hand, glanced at Yin who had disappeared from his line of sight, and then looked at Tang Hao. "Tang Hao, you wrote that anonymous letter, didn't you? Thinking of using the power of Spirit Hall to find someone? There is no such easy thing in this world. I want this shape-shifting spirit beast. Anyone who dares to touch this shape-shifting spirit beast will die." After saying this, Qian Xunji took his people and pursued Yin. Tang Hao's face was as dark as water. He hadn't expected his schemes to be seen through. Spirit Hall was truly not that simple. They had actually used his own plan against him, searching for Yin on one hand while having people track him on the other. Spirit Hall's agility attack system spirit masters were elusive. His cultivation level was not high enough yet, so he couldn't detect them at all. "No, I can't let him succeed." Tang Hao felt a bit anxious. His spirit power was still lacking a bit, but within the forces of Spirit Hall, there might be someone who could just happen to absorb 100,000-year spirit beast spirit ring. For example, the holy maiden Bibi Dong, who had been in the limelight for the past few years. Her strength was definitely higher than his. By then, it wouldn't be his turn to get the 100,000-year spirit beast spirit ring. "I'll go find Big Brother." Tang Hao immediately set off into the city, found the hotel where they were staying, met his elder brother Tang Xiao, and explained the situation. "Second brother, sister-in-law's belly is so big now, let her rest more. The 2 of us can just go and pursue." Tang Hao shook his head. "No, that shape-shifting spirit beast is Yunur's teacher. Perhaps we can let Yunur persuade her. But if third sister knows we want to kill her teacher, won't she blame us?" Tang Xiao hesitated. Tang Hao turned away irritably, not daring to look at his elder brother Tang Xiao. "Big brother, that is a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. Her spirit bone can serve as the sect's inherited spirit bone, lasting for countless years. Furthermore, if that 100,000-year spirit beast is allowed to grow, it will be a great threat to humanity. If Qian Xunji gets her, Spirit Hall's strength will completely surpass the upper 3 sects, and the continent will fall into darkness. For the sake of the sect, for the sake of humanity, what is a little bit of infamy? I will bear it all myself. I believe Yunur can understand me." Tang Xiao sighed, turned around with Tang Hao, and returned to the hotel to prepare to wake up Bai Yan, who was resting. Big brother, my belly hurts so much. As soon as Tang Xiao entered Bai Yan's room, he saw that Bai Yan's face was pale, she was breaking out in cold sweat, and her hands were gripping the bedsheets. Sister-in-law, are you about to give birth? As a titled Douluo, how could Tang Xiao not sense that new little life? He quickly stepped forward to help. Bai Yan was a spirit master herself. Although she was physically weak from traveling for months, with Tang Xiao's help, she still successfully gave birth to the child. Good, good, good. I didn't expect that I would actually become an uncle. One was his blood-related younger brother, and the other was his former sweetheart, third sister. Seeing that their lives had a continuation, Tang Xiao was extremely happy. He was just about to announce the good news to Tang Hao, but when he turned his head, he saw Tang Hao standing at the doorway of the room, looking at them coldly. Oh no, third sister is now my sister-in-law, I shouldn't have been so intimate with her. Tang Xiao thought to himself. He was just about to explain the urgency of the situation, but Tang Hao turned his body, leaving a cold sentence behind with his back to the three of them. Big brother, I will go ahead first. You bring Yunur and follow me. I will leave the sect's markings along the way. But, before Tang Xiao could finish his sentence, Tang Hao had already disappeared from his sight. How could someone who had just given birth continue a long journey? Even for a spirit master, they wouldn't be able to hold on, Tang Xiao thought to himself. Tang Xiao sighed as he watched Tang Hao leave. Forget it, second brother is also doing this for the good of the Clear Sky sect. 100,000-year spirit beast has powerful strength and is extremely difficult to hunt, but a shapeshifting spirit beast is very weak and very easy to kill. It would be a pity to miss this opportunity. Sister-in-law, please endure a bit more. Give the child to me to hold, and we will follow together, Tang Xiao said. Bai Yan felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. Big brother, what is my teacher's true identity? Why must you insist on pursuing her? At this point, Tang Xiao could only explain, third sister, to tell you the truth, your teacher is actually not human. She is a 100,000-year spirit beast in human form. You should know what you can get by killing a 100,000-year spirit beast. 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. Moreover, the people from Spirit Hall are also pursuing her now. Even if we don't take action, your teacher will still be killed by the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. So please don't blame second brother. He is doing this for the sect, for humanity, and he also has his own difficulties. Bai Yan listened to Tang Xiao's explanation in a daze, and finally understood the whole story. 100,000-year spirit beast. No wonder. I remember that Hao has absorbed spirit bones all over his body, so could I. Bai Yan thought to herself. Thinking of this, the weakness she felt from just giving birth faded quite a bit. This was a 100,000-year spirit bone, and it was even a 100,000-year blue-silver grass spirit bone. Wouldn't it be perfect for her to use? Big brother, I'm fine. The big picture is what matters. Let's go after them. Tang Xiao was deeply moved. He never expected third sister to be so sensible and willing to sacrifice her own feelings for Tang Hao's cause. Sigh, it's a pity that second brother won back then, otherwise, she would have been my wife. Tang Xiao sighed silently. He took out a piece of clean clothing from his storage spirit tool, wrapped up his nephew, and left the hotel with Bai Yan. The child had just had his umbilical cord cut and hadn't even had a warm bath yet, and just like that, he was taken along to travel. Tang Xiao, who had no experience in taking care of children, had no idea what kind of serious consequences this would cause. Chapter 104, Possession ends, Awaken Yin. A few days later, as Qian had just possessed Yin's body, he saw a fiery sword light pierce towards them. Following the sword light was an arrow formed from ice spirit power, its power not much weaker. In a flash of lightning, Qian quickly communicated with Yin's soul using his own. Yin, what's going on? How did you provoke the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall? When Qian possessed Bibi Dong, he had seen Qian Xunji and Qian Runshui's mother, so he recognized the two attackers. Tang Hao led the people from Spirit Hall here, and he's also trailing behind, wanting to kill me. Yin said. Qi Tian frowned. With Yin's body, even a frown was beautiful, like Shizi's, but unfortunately, no one was there to appreciate it now. So what do we do now? Yin said, it's fine, just maintain the domain. They can't kill me. I want to feign death, let Tang Hao and the Supreme Pontiff fight each other, and then find a way to escape. Qi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Yin had a plan. Okay, then let's die once. Yin felt a bit guilty and stammered, but if I use this skill, it will take time to recover, and it will delay my cultivation. How much longer can your divine soul last? Will I not have enough time to save you? Ha ha ha, it's fine. Did you forget what my purpose in returning to the present is? Qi Tian was a little embarrassed. As long as you're safe, I'm satisfied. He hadn't expected his lie to have such a profound impact on Yin, she seemed too trusting. Even if what he said was true, it was impossible for Yin to become a god. The Douluo star had too many restrictions now, becoming a god without a god position inheritance was simply a pipe dream. Unless Douluo star absorbed other wandering planes, or severed the god realm's parasitic relationship with Douluo star, Yin might be able to cultivate to level 100, just like the deep-sea demon Whale King. Alright, you should. Sleep more often in the future and don't harm your divine soul. Yin, in turn, advised Qi Tian, she was truly too kind. The two communicated through their souls for a long time, but only a moment passed in the outside world. In that instant, the arrow had already arrived. Yin's body dispersed, seemingly transforming into blue-silver grass covering the mountains and plains, disappearing from sight. Qi Tian also gained some insight while using this skill. Perhaps he could also revive from death when he awakens the blue-silver emperor martial soul in the future. That spirit beast was clearly dead. Where are her spirit ring and spirit bone? Qian Xunji looked at the scene in surprise. Could it be some kind of spirit ability? The same spirit ability as Donger. The woman beside him said. Bibi Dong had absorbed the 100,000-year spirit ring of the Death Spider Emperor, gaining an immortal spirit ability, which she hadn't hidden from the two of them. Before the two could investigate further, a violent spirit power fluctuation came from behind them. Tang Xiao's clear sky hammer, combined with Tang Hao's slaughter god domain, directly broke through the defense line formed by the Spirit Hall Guardian Elders. Yang Wudi, with his Spirit Douluo cultivation level, could fight Snake Lance Douluo to a draw with the slaughter god domain, let alone Tang Xiao's clear sky hammer. At this moment, Qi Tian and Yin had transformed into a blue-silver grass. Qi Tian thought to himself, his sea-calming divine pearl phantom couldn't transmit living beings across space, but surely it could transmit a plant. Yin's current state was no longer human, but had reverted to a blue-silver grass. Given some time, she could recover completely. Qi Tian watched the clear sky hammer battle the seraphim while trying to communicate with the sea-calming divine pearl phantom. He didn't know if the clear sky hammer was too fierce, or if some mysterious power from the god realm was at play. But the spirit hall side was actually suppressed. Bai Yan, who was following far behind, was still holding a child and constantly searching for Yin's whereabouts. She didn't notice at all that the child in her arms had become very weak due to infection and starvation. Even more, she didn't notice that a strange soul from another world had entered the child's body and was elbowing the native soul within. "Teacher, where are you? Your disciple has come to save you. If you don't want to be killed by them, you can sacrifice your spirit ring to your disciple, and your disciple will find a way to avenge you in the future." Bai Yan used her blue-silver king martial soul to sense Yin's location and transmit her thoughts. She could sense that Yin was not dead, and she believed that given a little time, she would find Yin. At this moment, Tang Xiao and Tang Hao's massive clear sky avatar struck the seraphim, breaking its wings. Bai Yan's eyes lit up. This was a titled Douluo. If she could absorb even a little bit of his cultivation level, wouldn't she soar? At this moment, no one noticed a faint five-colored glow flashing on the mountain. This five-colored glow could inherently obscure perception, so the few people fiercely battling nearby did not notice what was happening within the five-colored glow. In the year 2642 of the Douluo calendar, dozens of miles outside the blue-silver forest, in an unknown forest, Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, host, Yin's fate has been altered, and the mission to possess Yin has ended. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Mission reward. Open black lens bracket. Blue Silver Emperor Martial Soul. Close black lens bracket has been issued. Close black lens bracket. Qian's split soul returned to his main body, and after seeing the system prompt that the mission was complete, he let out a long sigh of relief. He successfully brought Yin into the sea calming divine pearl. Yin was currently growing in her blue-silver grass form within the simulated ice and fire yin-yang well inside the sea calming divine pearl. However, Qian didn't have time to deal with Yin right now. The system's rewards were being distributed. Zuching noticed the anomaly and quickly paused her cultivation to stand guard for him. Qian sat cross-legged on the ground, releasing his blue-silver king martial soul, which was evolving towards the blue-silver emperor. The blue-silver grass and other plant spirit beasts all over the mountains and plains sensed the king's evolution and offered a little power. Qian was not polite, using his blue-silver domain to accept their tribute, while simultaneously feeding back a bit of blue-silver emperor aura to help them comprehend and find their own evolutionary direction. Before long, the silver patterns on Qian's blue-silver grass martial soul transformed into golden patterns. His blue-silver domain also seemed to have evolved, with golden threads scattering across the sky, seemingly able to extract life force from others and plants. The soul imprint in Qian's fourth spirit ring also slowly nurtured itself at this time. An ink jade bamboo spirit hatched and formed, appearing in his blue-silver domain, conveying joyful emotions to Qian. It was only a 10,000-year spirit beast, without the high intelligence of a blue-silver king or other 100,000-year spirit beasts, and could only express itself in this way. Qian responded to it, not rushing to try out its skill or examine its abilities. The most urgent task was to awaken Yin first. Otherwise, if she woke up in a strange place, she might think something bad had happened. He had been lying to her all along, which was already enough to feel sorry for her. It would be better to awaken her early and explain everything clearly. Or continue to weave another lie to deceive her. Chapter 105, Who is she? Qian's blue-silver king martial soul successfully evolved into the blue-silver emperor martial soul. Dozens of miles away in the blue-silver forest, the blue-silver king immediately sensed the presence of the blue-silver emperor. Unfortunately, it couldn't extend its mental force that far, so it could only wait in the blue-silver forest for the blue-silver emperor's return. The phenomenon of Qian's blue-silver domain receded, and his spirit soul also returned to his spirit ring. Qian, are you all right? Zuching, who had been guarding him, came over with a look of concern. Qian smiled, I'm perfectly fine now. After awakening the blue-silver emperor martial soul, his already handsome face became even more pleasing to the eye. Zuching was momentarily stunned, wishing she could devour Qian right away, but it was still daytime, so she held back. Your spirit seemed to have undergone some kind of change just now. Zuching was close, so she naturally saw it clearly. Qian nodded and said, that's right, my blue-silver grass martial soul evolved into the blue-silver emperor martial soul. Your hell civet martial soul might also have a chance to evolve in the future. Zuching's eyes lit up, really. She had just witnessed the benefits of a spirit evolution. After Qian's spirit evolved, his domain also gained new abilities. Of course it's real, but you still need to cultivate diligently. Qian planned to find a way for Zuching to absorb the spirit ring of the dark demonic evil god tiger, which should bring her considerable benefits. If he could obtain the bead that allowed Zhou Weiqing to become a god, that would be even better. More than half a year had passed since Zuching last absorbed a spirit ring, and her cultivation level had made significant progress. Her spirit power had broken through from level 34 to level 36, and was about to break through to level 37. The dark, demonic evil god tiger was a spirit beast over 50,000 years old. For Zuching to absorb its spirit ring, she would at least need to cultivate to the spirit saint realm. This long period of time was enough for Qian to prepare for hunting spirit beasts for her. And Qian's spirit power had also broken through from level 47 to level 50, ready to absorb a spirit ring and break through to spirit king at any time. Zhu Zuqing, full of anticipation, continued to cultivate. Qi went to another spot. A 5-colored radiance flashed, and he took out the blue-silver emperor that had been stored in his divine tool small world. He unleashed his blue-silver domain and began to inject vitality into Yin, waking her up. Yin had not sacrificed her spirit ring, and her primordial vitality was still intact. Sensing Qi help, she also actively began to recover. Before long, even before the plant spirit beasts in the forest could exert themselves, she successfully revived and transformed into human form. Her clothes had been reduced to ashes by that beam of light, leaving her naked after her revival. After Yin revived, she immediately used her blue-silver grass martial soul to conjure a blue cloth dress, covering her fair skin. However, Qi, with his sharp eyes, had already seen everything. Although he had seen plenty when he was in possession of Yin, this perspective was a first. "Who are you?" Yin asked with a frown. She clearly remembered that in the previous moment, she and Qi were still surrounded by Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect. The next moment, a 5-colored radiance flashed, and a spatial compression force came, causing her to faint. When she woke up again, she found that there was another blue-silver Emperor martial soul wielder helping her to gather vitality and revive. "How long have I been unconscious? I'm safe now. Where is Qi divine soul? How is he?" Yin's mind was a tangled mess, and she didn't even have the presence of mind to care about her accidental exposure. "Yin, it's me, I'm Qi." Qi smiled. "What? You're Qi? Aren't you dead?" Yin looked at the young man before her, somewhat incredulous. Qi nodded and said, "I found some remnant divine force and successfully revived myself." Yin was still somewhat unconvinced. Qi could only tell her the secret matters that had happened when he was in possession of her body, and only then did she believe him. "Qi, on the continent, there can only be one blue-silver Emperor martial soul. How can you have the same blue-silver Emperor martial soul as me?" She had clearly sensed that Qi had used the blue-silver Emperor martial soul to help her gather vitality and revive. Qi sighed, "Yin, you have actually been dead for 12 years. To help you revive faster, I used divine force to create a blue-silver Emperor martial soul." 12 years. Yin was somewhat disbelieving. She clearly felt that not much time had passed, and everything seemed to have just happened. Moreover, she could revive herself. She wouldn't need 12 years even without anyone's help. "That's right. If you don't believe me, you can check my bone age and then look at my spirit soul handbook, and you'll know." Qi extended his hand, letting Yin pinch it, and then took out his spirit soul handbook for her to see. His spirit soul handbook was only updated to the spirit elder realm, but based on the years recorded and Qi age, it was enough to prove the current year. After she understood the truth, she thought about how much Qi had sacrificed to help her escape death, and her heart was filled with emotion. "You must have had a very hard time these years since you revived, right?" "Enough, Yin, don't talk about these things. You are safe now, and many things have happened in these 12 years. Let me tell you." Yin didn't pursue the details further. As long as she was alive and Qi had also revived, that was enough. Qi told her about some of the things related to him in these 12 years, such as Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky sect. The Supreme Pontiff died. Tang Hao and Tang Xiao are actually not dead. Yin felt a bit regretful. With death, hatred dissipates. She didn't hate addressing Qian Xunji much anymore, because if it weren't for his arrival, she wouldn't have had the chance to drive the tiger to swallow the wolf. "I know where Tang Hao is. Do you want revenge?" Qi asked. Yin shook her head and said, "Let's forget it. Tang Hao was close to breaking through to titled Douluo 12 years ago. We are not his match." She kept staring at Qi. In fact, compared to revenge, she wanted to continue their past life connection with Qi more. Qi didn't notice this. He continued, "Don't worry, we don't need to do it ourselves." In this world, there was no animosity between Bibi Dong and Qian Xunji. So Bibi Dong should want revenge more than he did, otherwise, she wouldn't have attacked the Clear Sky sect, forcing them to seal their mountain. Eventually, Tang Hao took responsibility and left the Clear Sky sect, and the matter was temporarily resolved. Qian only needed to find Tang Hao and then send Bibi Dong over, and he could watch the show. We don't need to do it ourselves. Qian nodded slightly and said, yes, the current Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong is Qian Xunji's disciple. We can let Bibi Dong help us get revenge. Bibi Dong. She's a woman, right? Also, who is that woman? Yin asked, pointing at Zhu Zuqing. Bibi Dong had made quite a name for herself on the continent back then, and Yin had heard of her, so she naturally knew Bibi Dong. Qian felt a bit awkward, not understanding why Yin's focus was so strange. Yin, let me explain. Before Qian could think of an excuse, Yin interrupted him, saying, no need to explain, I know you sacrificed a lot to save me. Yin could only blame herself for losing 12 years, which allowed another woman to succeed. Chapter 106, Zhu Zuqing's way of counterattacking, returning to Nuoding City. Although Yin had never been with a man, not having experienced it herself did not mean she was ignorant. Zhu Zuqing's sudden appearance, along with that look in her eyes, made Yin realize that this Zhu Zuqing liked Qian. And the fact that Qian was willing to explain for Zhu Zuqing showed that he also liked Zhu Zuqing. Qian, I ask you, if you have others, will you leave me? Yin asked. Although this life was not quite the same as her previous life, she had not married Qian. But she had spent several years on and off with Qian's split soul, so she had long become accustomed to Qian's presence. Now that Qian's resurrected appearance was very much to her liking, she naturally considered herself Qian's wife. Of course, I paid so much to save you, how could I leave you? Qian said earnestly. Yin breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she could be with Qian, she didn't care much about anything else. Then it's a deal, you are not allowed to leave me. Yin said. Zhu Zuqing also heard their exchange. She didn't come over to make a scene but went to cultivate silently. She had already guessed that this woman who had suddenly appeared was likely in the same situation as her. There was already a Ning Rongrong before, so she had built up a resistance to this. She was already on the pirate ship, and now all she could do was work hard to cultivate and find a way to suppress Qian's other women. This was what her mother had taught her when she was young. Moreover, her life was not just about love, there was also her career. She was currently shouldering the heavy burden of breaking the fate of the Zhu family. So, she only took a few looks before turning away to cultivate. As for the woman's identity, there would be plenty of time to ask at night. Late at night, Qian and Zhu Zuqing finished their cultivation and returned to the room to rest. Yin returned to the blue-silver forest to visit her former subjects, and Qian could be considered to have fulfilled his promise to the blue-silver king. Zuqing, what are you doing? Qian discovered that Zhu Zuqing was a bit proactive tonight. In the past, both were very restrained, stopping at a light taste, but tonight Zhu Zuqing seemed unwilling to stop there. I want to be the first. Zhu Zuqing said, uncharacteristically assertive. Qian was stunned, then understood her meaning. She had accepted the fact that Qian had others outside, but she wanted to have the first taste. After so many years, her body had fully matured, and Qian no longer held back. A night of entanglement shocked Yin, who had returned from the blue-silver forest. The following night, Yin also entangled Qian for a whole night in the same way, cementing their husband and wife relationship. The lie Qian had fabricated now became reality. Sigh, a bed of gentleness is a hero's grave. Qian had originally planned to return to Nuoding City to gather information, then contact Bibi Dong to take revenge, and hunt spirit beasts along the way. But because of Yin and Zhu Zuqing's initiative, he couldn't help but stay for a few more days. Fortunately, he had a body-martial soul and a powerful body, so he wouldn't delay his cultivation by indulging in such matters. Nuoding City, Nuoding Elementary Spirit Master Academy. The decadence on Grandmaster's face had faded a little. He handed a letter to Tang San and gave him some instructions. Little San, help me deliver this letter to the Dean of Shrek Academy, Flender. Remember to hand it to him personally. Tang San was a bit reluctant. "Teacher, are you not coming with me?" Grandmaster saw the reluctance in Tang San's eyes. He had cultivated an outstanding disciple, which proved his theory. His disciple, Tang San, also respected him very much, giving him unprecedented satisfaction. "Little San, you have already learned all of my theories, and I have nothing left to teach you. You must walk the path ahead yourself." The two parted reluctantly. Just at this moment, neither of them noticed a young man stepping into the academy's dormitory area. Everything has indeed changed, Qian thought to himself. He first went to Saint Spirit Village, found the valley outside the village, and the cave above the waterfall. Unfortunately, there was nothing inside the cave, no spirit bone, and no blue-silver emperor seedling. 5 years later, Qian stepped into the work-study student dormitory, Dorm 7, again. In recent years, no work-study students had enrolled in Nuoding Academy, so this dormitory had now become a double room for Tang San and Xiao Wu. Their living environment was better than even those students who paid to enroll. At this moment in Dorm 7, only Xiao Wu was there. She was currently packing her luggage, preparing to go to Suotuo City with Tang San. Just then, Xiao Wu turned back and suddenly saw a handsome young man walking in. "Who are you looking for?" Xiao Wu asked. After a few years, she surprisingly didn't recognize Qian. Qian was multitasking, his split soul was currently in possession of Bibi Dong. And Bibi Dong herself had also brought several Spirit Hall Guardian Elders and arrived in Nuoding City. "Xiao Wu, you don't remember me. I am Qian," Qian said with a smile. How could Xiao Wu not remember Qian? All these years, she would dream of Qian in her nightmares, dreaming of her identity being exposed and her being killed, her spirit ring and spirit bone being absorbed by others. But how did he turn into this? Xiao Wu almost couldn't recognize him. "You are Qian. Why did you come here?" Xiao Wu's hair stood on end, her legs tensed, and she looked at Qian with wariness. Only a few years had passed. Xiao Wu did not believe Qian had cultivated to the point of being able to absorb 100,000-year spirit ring. She also did not believe that Qian would reveal the information that she was a shapeshifting spirit beast. Revealing her identity would mean that Qian himself had given up on absorbing her 100,000-year spirit ring and spirit bone. So Xiao Wu was not very panicked, she was even eager to try, wanting to kill Qian and then escape Nuoding City with Tang San. "Xiao Wu, of course I'm here to see you," Qian said. "See me? I think you're looking for death." Xiao Wu had played for several years, bullied the students of Nuoding Academy for several years, and regained her confidence. Her spirit power had now reached level 28, and she believed that Qian, with his blue-silver grass martial soul, did not have a higher cultivation level than her. And she was about to leave Nuoding City, no longer afraid of Qian's threats. She could completely kill him before leaving this place. When the time came, the sky would be high for the bird to fly, and even if Qian exposed the secret that she was a shape-shifting spirit beast, the people who received the information might not be able to find her. As soon as Xiao Wu finished speaking, she performed martial soul possession. The second yellow spirit ring at her feet lit up, and she used a charm skill on Qian. At the same time, Xiao Wu rushed towards Qian, hugged his body, and was about to use her first spirit ability, Waist Bow. Usually, a spirit master of the same rank would be crippled if not killed by this combo. Although Qian's body was powerful, he wasn't careless enough to take a century-level spirit ability head-on. Xiao Wu's charm skill also had no effect on Qian. Her act of rushing forward was no different from throwing herself into a net in Qian's eyes. Qian just stretched out his hand and used his physical strength and spirit power to pin Xiao Wu down. The difference in spirit power of over 20 levels directly suppressed Xiao Wu with overwhelming advantage. Chapter 107, 100,000-Year Spirit Ring, Tang Hao's Paragon Golden Body. How can your spirit power be so strong? Let go of me quickly. Xiao Wu struggled. The battle between Qian and Xiao Wu ended quickly. He, with his level 50 spirit power, crushed Xiao Wu's level 28 spirit power. But before he could communicate with Xiao Wu, the spirit power fluctuations from their battle still alarmed the hidden individuals. After Qi Tian captured Xiao Wu, it wasn't long before Qi Tian felt a murderous intent directed at him. Qi Tian had only felt this kind of murderous intent from Bibi Dong before. It was the slaughter god domain. Moreover, this person was very skilled in using the slaughter god domain, managing to compress it into a single line, affecting only Qi Tian. The person who attacked was naturally Tang San's father, Clear Sky Douluo Tang Hao. Good timing, I've been waiting for you. A split soul of Qi Tian possessed Bibi Dong. As long as the enemy couldn't instantly kill him or control him, he could escape at any time, which was why he dared to be reckless in front of Tang Hao. This murderous intent flashed and then disappeared, because several other terrifying auras spread from outside, naturally, Bibi Dong and others who were also hiding in the dark. Upon sensing Bibi Dong and the others, Tang Hao immediately realized he had been ambushed. Inside the academy, chaotic spirit power auras surged. If it weren't for the holiday graduation season, the casualties within Nuoding Academy would have been severe. Xiao Wu's face turned pale as she sensed this oppressive feeling. She had originally thought that at most, Qi Tian would imprison her. He would only kill her when he was able to absorb 100,000-year spirit ring. During this time, she could also cultivate to Spirit Emperor, and then perhaps she would have a chance to escape or even counter-kill Qi Tian. Even without such an opportunity, Tang San, Da Ming, and Ming would surely find a way to rescue her. But now she felt despair, because the auras outside belonged to titled Douluo. How could she possibly preserve her life, exposed in front of them? No, my revenge has not been exacted yet. How can I die here? Xiao Wu was unwilling. Tang Hao, I didn't expect you to be hiding here. This seat will kill you today to avenge my teacher. Bibi Dong's voice rang out. She preempted the situation, not only to vent her emotions but also to explain the righteousness of her actions to the onlookers outside. Bibi Dong was avenging her teacher, the former Supreme Pontiff, while Tang Hao's identity was merely that of a wanted criminal of Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong. Tang Hao roared. He was Bibi Dong's teacher-killing enemy, but Bibi Dong was also his father-killing enemy. Moreover, hundreds of direct disciples of the Clear Sky sect were killed by Bibi Dong and her people. He must make Bibi Dong pay this blood debt. Qi Tian's split soul was attached to Bibi Dong, but it only stayed in her spiritual sea as an observer, without interfering with her actions. He didn't believe his current combat experience could compare to the battle-hardened Bibi Dong. Qi Tian saw Tang Hao roar, and a clear sky hammer over 100 meters long instantly appeared. Enveloped by the clear sky avatar, Tang Hao's 9 spirit rings pulsed beneath his feet. His 9th spirit ring was actually a red spirit ring. How is this possible? Qi Tian was incredulous. Wasn't Yin rescued by him? Where did Tang Hao get 100,000-year spirit ring? Be careful of his 100,000-year spirit ring. Qi Tian reminded Bibi Dong. Don't worry, just take care of yourself. Bibi Dong said. With Tang Hao's roar, his clear sky avatar and the 100-meter giant hammer smashed down towards Bibi Dong and the others. HMPH. Bibi Dong snorted coldly, her hand transforming into a black scythe, which she swung at Tang Hao. The massive clear sky hammer immediately stopped. In the face of a spirit power disparity, the clear sky hammer was nothing but a toy. Bibi Dong's unremarkable move caused cracks to appear in Tang Hao's clear sky avatar. Level 98 spirit power was overwhelming for level 95 Tang Hao, unless Tang Hao used the clear sky sect's Great Sumeru Hammer. The ring explosion method of the Great Sumeru Hammer was, after all, a divine tier skill, which could compensate for some of the spirit power gap. Bibi Dong didn't give Tang Hao this chance. Taking advantage of the cracks appearing on the clear sky avatar, her 9th spirit ring flashed beneath her feet. A purple beam of light shot towards Tang Hao. This was a 100,000-year spirit ring ability, filled with sharpness and terrifying destructive energy. Tang Hao's clear sky avatar was actually penetrated in this manner. In the eyes of Super Douluo above level 96, the tool spirit true body was no longer that important. Just as the light beam was about to hit Tang Hao, his 9th spirit ring flashed beneath his feet, and a golden light shield suddenly appeared around him. This golden light shield actually blocked Bibi Dong's 100,000-year spirit ring ability. What kind of spirit ability is this? Qian felt this scene was very familiar. Although Tang Hao blocked this beam of light, he also knew that if he continued to stalemate, he would definitely not be Bibi Dong's opponent. What's more, she also brought two protectors, Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. So he had to find a way to break through the encirclement, which meant he could only use his ultimate move. Open black lens bracket Great Sumeru Hammer, close black lens bracket. Taking advantage of the golden light shield protecting him, Tang Hao immediately activated this sect secret technique, which could be called a divine skill. This secret technique was created by Tang Chen, and only by reaching level 100 could its full power be unleashed, which is why it was a divine skill. Tang Hao's first 8 spirit rings instantly dimmed, and a hammer strike, gathering all the power of his 8 rings, attacked Bibi Dong again. With this hammer strike, space seemed to twist, and its power was probably greater than Chen Shin's 7-kill unity sword. Supreme Pontiff, be careful, let us handle it. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo reminded from behind Bibi Dong. Chrysanthemum Douluo used his tool spirit true body, the surpassing gold Madonna, preparing to use his cultivated indestructible golden body and other spirit abilities to resist. Ghost Douluo was also ready, able to use the martial soul fusion skill, Duality Stillness Domain, with Chrysanthemum Douluo to control the field at any moment. You too, retreat. Bibi Dong's eyes were solemn. In her perception, this hammer strike was not something Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo could withstand. She immediately switched her spirit to her second martial soul, Soul-Eating Spider Emperor. This was her trump card, usually not easily revealed. But now, with the situation critical, she no longer hid her trump card. With the seamless switch of her 2 spirits, the spirit rings beneath her feet also changed. The spirit ring configuration of 2 red, 4 black, and 3 red was extremely terrifying. She had cultivated the Soul-Eating Spider Emperor to its peak. Red spirit rings lit up one by one, and a black spirit power vortex appeared out of thin air, like a deep-sea black hole, sucking Tang Hao's hammer strike into it. Then a mirror appeared, blocking the residual power of Tang Hao's hammer strike. Finally, a black light shield completely blocked Tang Hao's ultimate move. Tang Hao's move actually forced out 3 of Bibi Dong's 100,000-year spirit ring abilities. The center of their battle, which was Nuoding Academy's sports field and training grounds, was shattered under the terrifying spirit abilities. If Bibi Dong hadn't used the spirit power vortex to devour Tang Hao's terrifying spirit ability, the academy would probably have been razed to ruins by the 2 of them. After Tang Hao unleashed his hammer strike, the remaining red spirit ring beneath his feet lit up, and he vanished. This was the teleportation of a 100,000-year spirit ring. Chapter 108, The Slaughter King Intervenes. Tang San was originally bidding a reluctant farewell to Yu Shaogang, but the commotion outside was too great for them to ignore. Teacher, what is that? Tang San was shocked. This was also the first time Yu Shaogang had witnessed such a scene, but his knowledge was ultimately broader than Tang San's. That is the Clear Sky Hammer's tool spirit true body. To possess such might, that Clear Sky avatar must belong to Clear Sky Douluo. Clear Sky Douluo. Tang San felt a sense of familiarity with the title. Yu Shaogang thought for a moment and decided not to hide it from Tang San. Since Tang Hao had already made a move at the academy, there was no need for him to keep it a secret anymore. Little San, Clear Sky Douluo is your father. Your second martial soul is the Clear Sky Hammer, the number 1 tool spirit under heaven. What? My hammer spirit is the number 1 tool spirit under heaven. My father is a titled Douluo. Tang San was somewhat incredulous. Ever since he could remember, he only knew his father as a drunkard and a blacksmith who had merely mastered a lost secret forging technique. What titled Douluo would live such a destitute life? But Yu Shaogang actually said his father was a titled Douluo. This discrepancy made him secretly delighted yet also slightly apprehensive. I hope Dad didn't discover the cultivation method I'm practicing from the mysterious heaven treasure record, Tang San secretly prayed. Since Dad hasn't asked me, does that mean he doesn't know, or doesn't care? Thinking this, Tang San breathed a sigh of relief. Teacher, who is Dad's opponent? He won't be in danger, right? Tang San asked worriedly. Yu Shaogang shook his head and said, "That's Clear Sky Douluo, one of the top experts on the Douluo continent. How could he be in danger?" Clear Sky Douluo was his idol, and the person he imagined himself to be if his spirit hadn't suffered a malignant mutation. As a direct disciple of the upper three sects, if his spirit hadn't suffered a malignant mutation, he believed he could cultivate to Tang Hao's level. Thinking of Tang Hao's power, Yu Shaogang felt honored, and a trace of pride appeared on his face. Just then, Bibi Dong's appearance startled Yu Shaogang. "Oh no, is that Bibi Dong?" The pride on Yu Shaogang's face instantly turned into fear. Tang San was confused. Who is Bibi Dong? Is she very powerful? Bibi Dong is the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall. Even the two great empires must pay tribute to Spirit Hall. The Spirit Master subsidy we receive from Spirit Hall is the wealth extorted by the evil and tyrannical Spirit Hall from the two great empires. With such a powerful Spirit Hall, how could their supreme pontiff not be formidable? Furthermore, Bibi Dong possesses twin spirits, just like you, and she has cultivated her twin spirits to an extremely high realm. No matter how confident Yu Shaogang was, he dared not guarantee that he could cultivate Tang San to be stronger than Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. Moreover, there was bad blood between him and Bibi Dong, and he feared she might try to kill him, which is why he was extremely afraid of her. What? Tang San's expression turned serious. He subconsciously activated his purple demon eye, a flash of purple light crossing his eyes as he observed the battle. He had already forged several types of hidden weapons, including the soul-breaking nail specialized in penetrating protective aura, giving him a possible chance to intervene in the fight. Unfortunately, the exchange between Tang Hao and Bibi Dong was fleeting, and the battle ended before Tang San even had a chance to spot Bibi Dong's weakness. Tang Hao appeared beside him, his face pale, and reached out to grab his shoulder. "Little San, let's go." Tang Hao was about to flee with Tang San. When Yu Shaogang saw Tang Hao, he feigned composure and said, "His Excellency Haoshan, long time no see." Tang Hao made a decision after only a moment's thought. His son's twin spirits still required Yu Shaogang's help to resolve the cultivation flaws. Yu Shaogang was still useful and had to be taken along. Tang San immediately realized that Tang Hao couldn't defeat Bibi Dong and was trying to escape with him. "Dad, and Xiao Wu." Tang Hao's eyes narrowed, recalling that he had been drawn out by the commotion near Xiao Wu earlier. "Little San, you reminded me. Xiao Wu cannot be left behind." Tang San breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Tang Hao was going to take Xiao Wu with them. But the next moment, his pupils contracted as he saw Tang Hao swing a hammer diagonally, aiming straight for dormitory 7 downstairs. "Dad, what are you doing?" Tang San tried to appeal to their family bond. He wanted Tang Hao to save Xiao Wu, not kill her. Although this was just an ordinary hammer strike, for Tang Hao, who followed the pure strength path, this strike was barely different from a spirit ability. Tang Hao's understanding of cultivation was enough to allow him to reach level 97 directly. If it weren't for his body being injured and his insufficient accumulation, he would have broken through long ago. "No, my Xiao Wu." Tang San was overwhelmed by grief and indignation, preparing to use hidden weapons to launch a sneak attack on Tang Hao. But who was Tang Hao? He was a level 95 titled Douluo. Even Tang San using hidden weapons required operating the mysterious heaven skill and mysterious jade hand. Sensing Tang San's spirit power fluctuations, Tang Hao frowned and quickly suppressed his spirit power. "Little San, I will explain everything to you later," Tang Hao said. This strike of his had two purposes. First, to besiege Wei to rescue Zhao. That young man had good talent, already possessing Spirit King cultivation level at a young age. He must be an outstanding talent in Spirit Hall. His move didn't have much destructive power, it would only severely injure the young man, forcing Bibi Dong to stop and save him. And that would buy him time to escape. The second purpose was to kill Xiao Wu, preventing her spirit ring from being claimed cheaply by Spirit Hall. As for the spirit bone, he had an identical one, which was enough for his son, Tang San, to use. Having done all this, he grabbed Yu Shaogang and Tang San and fled without looking back. But he failed to notice that the moment he used teleportation, a dazzling 5-colored light flashed within dormitory 7. The five-colored light obscured perception, so even with Tang Hao's powerful cultivation level, he could not sense what was happening inside Dormitory 7. Qian had long guessed that Tang Hao might come looking for trouble after using Ring Explosion. Therefore, he preemptively used the Sea-calming Divine Pearl to wrap himself and Xiao Wu, disappearing from Dormitory 7 and arriving in a forest thousands of miles away. At the same time, he used his split soul to tell Bibi Dong that he was fine. Bibi Dong was indeed startled when she saw Tang Hao attack Dormitory 7. Her primary goal for coming here today was to avenge her teacher, Qian Xunji, and her secondary goal was to see Qian's true body. If anything happened to Qian, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Chase them. Bibi Dong waved her hand. Although she really wanted to see Qian, she couldn't let Tang Hao just run away from her. A few days ago, in Slaughter City, the Slaughter King suddenly had a whim. To maintain his rule over Slaughter City, he occasionally left the city to hunt down those god of slaughters who lacked background. On this day, he suddenly sensed that he might have a chance to kill another god of slaughter. This premonition was conveyed to him by the Asura demon sword in his hand. This was a divine artifact. Could its premonition be wrong? Therefore, the Slaughter King quietly left Slaughter City and rushed toward the location where he sensed the god of slaughter was. As the Slaughter King, he could sense the location of other god of slaughters, which was his secret to tracking them down. A few days later, the Slaughter King watched contentedly as a group of people ran toward him in the distance. The divine artifact's guidance was indeed correct. There is actually a severely injured god of slaughter fleeing here. This severely injured and fleeing god of slaughter was none other than Tang Hao, who had just run out of Nuoding City. The Slaughter King raised his Asura sword, ready to strike Tang Hao, the god of slaughter, but at this moment, his heart suddenly began to struggle. Damn it, that old ghost Tang Chen actually shows signs of waking up and is trying to snatch control of the body from me. The Slaughter King quickly withdrew his killing intent, and the sign of Tang Chen's true nature awakening suddenly vanished. So, he can't bear to see his descendant killed. The Slaughter King was secretly annoyed, resolving that after returning to Slaughter City this time, he would thoroughly indulge in this body and drain its essence. Chapter 109, Making Xiao Wu a Spirit Soul. In the forest where Qian was cultivating in seclusion, a five-colored brilliant light flashed, and two figures appeared beside Zhu Zuqing. He had been multitasking. While possessing Bibi Dong, he had also separated a wisp of his split soul and attached it to Zhu Zuqing. Using this wisp of split soul attached to Zhu Zuqing to escape was his true escape route. If he had merely used teleportation to get beside Bibi Dong, she would have had to divide her attention to take care of him, so it was better to go directly to the destination in one step. Qian, is she that shape-shifting spirit beast you mentioned? Yin was also nearby. As a fellow shape-shifting spirit beast, she naturally sensed the spirit beast aura on Xiao Wu at a glance. That's right. Qian nodded. Before setting off, Qian had told them about his destination for this trip, and naturally, he had also mentioned Xiao Wu. Zhu Zuqing was also a bit curious and silently observed Xiao Wu. The desperate Xiao Wu suddenly sensed Yin's aura. Her eyes lit up, and she immediately called out for help. Big sister, we are both 100,000-year spirit beasts that have undergone transformation. Can you please save me? Xiao Wu was firmly held by Qian. While calling for help, she struggled in his arms. Her slender legs were on par with Zhu Zuqing's. One was a cat, and the other was a soft-bones rabbit. Having already had his first taste of intimacy, Qian was almost ignited by her rubbing against him like this. Yin smiled and shook her head. Having died once before, she had long decided to listen to everything Qian said. However, she still spoke a good word for Qian. You don't need to be afraid. Qian is very kind, he won't do anything to you. How is that possible? He is in league with that woman from Spirit Hall. My mother also chose transformation, and she was killed by that woman. How could Qian not kill me? Xiao Wu had seen Bibi Dong from afar earlier and recognized that person as the one who had killed her mother, Aru. Yin looked at Qian with some embarrassment, but she did not blame him. As a human spirit master, hunting spirit beasts to increase one's cultivation level was a very normal thing. She was now a spirit saint, and she had also absorbed a spirit beast spirit ring. Qian frowned, suddenly remembering the spirit ability that Tang Hao had used today. No wonder it felt so familiar. So it was a 100,000-year spirit ring from a soft bones rabbit. Qian thought to himself. This is interesting. Qian had not expected that although Tang Hao missed out on Yin's spirit ring, he had obtained a 100,000-year spirit ring from a soft bones rabbit that was even more suitable for him. Both Paragon Golden Body and teleportation were very useful. In that case, Tang Hao should also have a 100,000-year soft bones rabbit spirit bone, right? Thinking of this, Qian released Xiao Wu. After breaking free, Xiao Wu immediately hid behind Yin, looking at Qian vigilantly. In her view, Yin was of the same kind as her, and hiding behind Yin was her only path to survival. Xiao Wu, are you sure the person who killed your mother was the Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong? Qian asked. Xiao Wu nodded and said, that's right, I saw it with my own eyes. If I hadn't hidden, I'm afraid I would have been killed by her too. Qian said disdainfully, as a spirit beast with no cultivation level that had just transformed into human form, how could you possibly evade the perception of a titled Douluo? In Xiao Wu's memory, her mother was indeed killed by Bibi Dong. She only thought that Qian was trying to make excuses for Bibi Dong. I'm not talking to you anymore. Good sister, can you take me away? Xiao Wu begged Yin. Qian continued, Xiao Wu, do you know? Tang San's father, Tang Hao, his 9th spirit ring is also a 100,000-year spirit ring. Do you want to know what spirit ability he used today? Qian and Xiao Wu had not seen the entire process of the battle between Bibi Dong and Tang Hao while in Dormitory 7, so Xiao Wu did not know about Tang Hao's spirit ability. What? That mysterious titled Douluo is third brother's father. Xiao Wu felt it was hard to believe. Does that mean my identity was already exposed to third brother and his father? But third brother clearly said he would take care of me as his own younger sister. Only now did Xiao Wu realize that the man fighting Bibi Dong was actually Tang San's father. If that was the case, whether Tang San had ulterior motives for accepting her as his sister was another matter. Perhaps Tang San was after her spirit ring and spirit bone. Xiao Wu felt despair in her heart. She had originally thought her only enemy was Qian. She hadn't expected that in the eyes of others, she was already a little rabbit waiting to be slaughtered. Furthermore, Qian said that Tang Hao's 9th spirit ring was a 100,000-year spirit ring, which meant he had killed a 100,000-year spirit beast. Xiao Wu subconsciously asked, what spirit ability? Qian said, it is Paragon Golden Body and Teleportation. Are you familiar with these two spirit abilities? If you were close enough, you might even be able to feel your mother's aura. What? That's impossible. I clearly remember. Xiao Wu felt it was unbelievable, and her memories were becoming increasingly chaotic. But Paragon Golden Body and Teleportation were both innate skills of their Soft Bones Rabbit and Lightning Rabbit clans. She remembered that even the spirit ring condensed by her mother possessed these skills. Apart from the Soft Bones Rabbit spirit ring, Xiao Wu did not know which other spirit beast spirit ring would have these two as its spirit ability. Yet in her own memory, her mother was clearly killed by Bibi Dong. Xiao Wu, is it possible that someone tampered with your memories? And have you ever thought about why you would rush to Tang San's side, when Nuoding City is thousands of miles away from the Star Do Great Forest? Perhaps your spirit ring and spirit bone were prepared for Tang San by the very person who tampered with your memories. Qian's words were like demonic whispers. Not only Xiao Wu, but even Yin felt a chill run down her spine. If Xiao Wu's spirit ring was prepared for Tang San, then what about hers? Could it be that it was prepared for Tang Hao? No, this is impossible. Xiao Wu clutched her head and squatted on the ground, seemingly unable to accept this outcome. If this was true, then what did it mean that she had treated Tang San as her brother for these past few years? As her body developed, she had even slowly grown to like Tang San and wanted to become lovers with him. If it weren't for Tang San pretending to be pure and innocent, the two of them would likely have already become lovers. If all of this was a lie woven by someone, just to make it easier for Tang San to absorb her spirit ring. Most importantly, how would she take her revenge? Xiao Wu, who had been Tang San's sister for 6 years, knew well how powerful Tang San was. If he hadn't been letting her win, she would never have been able to surpass him. Facing such a Tang San, would she have a chance to kill his father, Tang Hao? Xiao Wu, do you want to avenge your mother? Qian asked. Xiao Wu's thoughts were chaotic at this moment, but hearing about revenge, she blankly raised her head to look at Qian. Her purpose for leaving the Star Do Great Forest was to avenge her mother. Asking if she wanted revenge. Of course, she did. It was just that over these past few years, she seemed to have been bewitched and infatuated with Tang San, almost forgetting about the revenge. Could my memories really have been tampered with by someone related to Tang San? Xiao Wu felt a lingering fear. Xiao Wu looked at Qian and asked, do you have a way to help me get revenge? Qian nodded and said, if you offer your spirit ring to me, I can go help you get revenge right now. A wisp of his split soul was still attached to Bibi Dong, and he had seen the standoff outside Nuoding City. Xiao Wu hesitated. Firstly, she was afraid that Qian would break his promise, that after absorbing her spirit ring and spirit bone, he wouldn't help her get revenge. Secondly, having enjoyed a few years of the good life in human society, she was somewhat reluctant to let it go. Qian saw through her thoughts and said, I have a type of contract called the spirit soul contract. You can sign a spirit soul contract with me and become my spirit soul, so you won't have to die. Moreover, you will be able to devour the soul essence of other spirit beasts to grow, and you will be able to witness me avenging you. If you are strong enough, you might even have the chance to take revenge with your own hands. Qian said. Chapter 110, Tang Hao at the End of the Road. Xiao Wu was moved. With this contract, she could not only take revenge but also survive and continue to enjoy this colorful world. Are you telling the truth? Xiao Wu actually believed him a little, because Qian being able to bring her here via teleportation was definitely not simple. Although she didn't know where she was, it was definitely not in Nuoding City. You must know, when she was 100,000-year spirit beast, she couldn't move this far even using her teleportation skill. Qian released his spirit soul, the ink jade bamboo, and said, look, I already have one spirit soul. It is a 10,000-year spirit beast. You can communicate with it, and you will know if what I said is true or false. Now, not only was Xiao Wu shocked, even Zuqing and Yin looked at this scene in astonishment. Zuqing wanted to have a spirit soul too. And Yin was thinking, if there was such a thing as a spirit soul, would the situation of spirit beasts be a little better? Xiao Wu and Yin were both spirit beasts and could communicate simply with the ink jade bamboo. Before long, Xiao Wu made her decision. All right, I will sign the contract with you and become your spirit soul. But you must keep your word and help me take revenge. Xiao Wu said. Seeing that Xiao Wu was willing, Yin had no reason to stop her. Moreover, this would make Qian stronger and allow him to step back onto the path of becoming a god, which was also beneficial for her. Perhaps in the future, Qian could take her to the god realm, fulfilling the lifelong dream of a shapeshifting spirit beast becoming a god. No problem, Qian said. Now that Tang Hao was so weak, once he recovered his spirit power, he could kill Tang Hao to avenge Xiao Wu. It could also be considered revenge for Bibi Dong and Qian Runshui. Xiao Wu felt that today's experience was somewhat unreal. After facing death several times, she had actually achieved such a good outcome. My current mental force cultivation level is not enough, so I cannot immediately hatch your soul imprint into a spirit soul, don't misunderstand. Qian was actually saying this for Yin to hear, so she wouldn't misunderstand him. Yin had ambushed him that night, and they had already consummated their relationship. Qian didn't want her to be sad. Xiao Wu nodded. She had just communicated with the ink jade bamboo spirit soul and naturally knew about this. I know. Hurry up and sign the spirit soul contract with me. All right, the spirit ring you give me better not be a useless skill like waist bow. Qian cautioned. Waist bow is not a useless spirit ability. Xiao Wu argued in a low voice. She glared at Qi Tian, sighed, and walked towards him as if walking to her death, cooperating to conclude the spirit-soul contract. Their spirit power and mental force began to connect, condensing into a spirit-soul contract. Qi Tian's spirit power had just reached level 50, and he had a vacant spirit ring slot, so he could accept Xiaowu's spirit ring. However, since she was a 100,000-year spirit beast, she would likely occupy at least 2 spirit ring positions. And Qi Tian happened to have a second martial soul, which could satisfy this requirement. Before long, the contract was concluded, and Qi Tian absorbed her spirit ring. His blue-silver grass martial soul gained an additional red spirit ring. Not only that, his second martial soul, the body martial soul, also gained an additional red spirit ring. His spirit power also broke through from level 50 to level 54, becoming a true spirit king. Because of Xiaowu's cooperation, he did not suffer from the soul shock of a 100,000-year spirit beast when absorbing the spirit ring, and his meridians were not impacted. Qi Tian felt his state and nodded with satisfaction. The 4 spirit abilities he obtained from Xiaowu were Paragon Golden Body, Teleportation, Intangibility, and Charm. These 4 skills were all 100,000-year spirit ring level spirit abilities, and their power was definitely not to be underestimated. Yin, Zuqing, I need to leave for a while, you must be careful. Qi Tian said. After absorbing the spirit ring, the spirit power consumed by using the divine artifact earlier had recovered to its peak, so Qi Tian naturally wanted to go help Bibi Dong. Yin and Zuqing also knew where Qi Tian was going, and because they trusted him, they didn't say much. You must be careful, Tang Hao is not an ordinary titled Douluo. Yin reminded him. Although she wanted revenge, she was not as anxious as Xiaowu and Bibi Dong. Come back early, I'll wait for you. Zuqing kissed Qi Tian on the face. All right, I will come back as soon as possible. Qi Tian said. Outside Nuoding City, Bibi Dong was a bit surprised to see the Slaughter King appear suddenly. When she first entered Slaughter City, there was no such person as the Slaughter King. But after Qi Tian's reminder, she naturally knew the true identity of the Slaughter King and knew how powerful he was. Tang Chen was a demigod to a certain extent, even stronger than her Grandmaster Qian Dalu. If it weren't for Qian Dalu losing the bet to Tang Chen, and her being a member of Spirit Hall forbidden from stepping onto Clear Sky Sect's peak, the Clear Sky Sect would have been trampled by her long ago. Moreover, Tang Chen was now holding the divine artifact, the Asura sword, which was not to be underestimated. Unlike the future god King Tang, Tang Chen was someone who had truly experienced the Asura 9 trials and had Asura affinity. Therefore, he could use the divine artifact, unlike Tang San, who needed Xiaowu as a sword sheath to borrow the Asura divine force. Slaughter King, do you also want to stop me from taking revenge? Bibi Dong said. The Slaughter King sobered up a bit. Your enemy is the killing god Tang Hao. You want to kill him for revenge. If it were normal times, he would have clapped and cheered. Every time a killing god was gone, his Dark Gold Bat clan could live better in Slaughter City. There would be an endless stream of fallen ones and an endless stream of blood food. But the instinctive reaction of his body just now made him unable to sit back and reap the benefits. He was afraid that if he did as he pleased, Tang Chen would wake up from his fall and fight him for control of the body. If Tang Chen could wake up, he would have passed this god trial, which would be a catastrophe for him. Bibi Dong nodded. The Slaughter King sighed and said, You are both killing gods of Slaughter City, how can you kill each other? After speaking, he swung the Asura sword at Bibi Dong. The red sword light contained killing intent, which even made Bibi Dong gasp. However, he was just going through the motions, not using his full strength. But he didn't know until he tried. Once he attacked, he was shocked. He found that if he didn't use his full strength, he actually couldn't beat Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong's eyes were solemn. In the collision just now, she finally realized the power of the divine artifact. Her 100,000-year spirit abilities and 100,000-year spirit bones were actually inferior in front of the divine artifact. I will deal with the Slaughter King, you go and kill Tang Hao and the others. Bibi Dong ordered. Yes, Supreme Pontiff. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo chased after the fleeing Tang Hao. HMPH. Let's see who dares. The Slaughter King slashed at Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo with his sword. He couldn't defeat Bibi Dong quickly, but killing two level 95 titled Douluo was simple. What? The two were startled by this terrifying sword light and almost used their martial soul fusion skill. But if they used the martial soul fusion skill, even Bibi Dong would be within the range of the two extreme static domain, and she would also be restricted. They were afraid of affecting Bibi Dong's plan, so they didn't dare to use the martial soul fusion skill, and only hurriedly used defensive skills. Just at this moment, a 5-colored brilliant light appeared out of thin air and hit the Asura sword in the Slaughter King's hand. This was Qian's divine artifact, the Sea Calming Divine Pearl. Being a divine artifact itself, Qian barely blocked most of the power of this casual sword strike. The remaining sword light was successfully resisted by Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. Unfortunately, Qian's spirit power was too low. Even with a divine artifact, this kind of battle was not something he could participate in. Bibi Dong, I will go with them to chase Tang Hao, you must be careful. Qian reminded. After speaking, Qian used the teleportation skill of his 100,000-year spirit ring and arrived beside Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo. The two immediately understood and took Qian to chase after Tang Hao. Chapter 111, Captive Tang Hao. After Tang Hao carried Yu Shaogang and Tang San out of the city, he fled in the opposite direction of Spirit City. He understood that not only was he no match for Bibi Dong, but escaping now was also a luxury. Moreover, the aftereffects of his ring explosion skill were slowly appearing. Soon, he would fall into a weakened state. Although he still had 100,000-year spirit ring skill he could use. But it was only teleportation. Paragon Golden Body could not be used continuously without a cooldown. As for his soul bone skills, most were for enhancing strength and could not be used to repel Bibi Dong and her group. Feeling the terrifying and intense fluctuations of spirit power behind him, Tang Hao knew he had to make a decision. Tang Hao activated the sect's secret technique and tore off his own right arm and left leg. Daddy. Tang San was startled, not knowing why Tang Hao would self-mutilate. Although he secretly hated Tang Hao for killing his beloved Xiao Wu, Tang Hao was, after all, his father. In this life, he had Tang Hao as his biological father, plus Yu Shaogang, the psychological father, who cared for him everywhere. He was an orphan adopted by the Tang sect in his past life and hadn't experienced paternal love, but he had felt it in this life, so he cherished it deeply. But now, Tang Hao's actions left him confused. Tang Hao, with a pale face, stopped the bleeding and placed his left leg and right arm into Tang San's 24 moonlit bridges. Little San, take my left leg and right arm to Pavilion Master Tang Yuehua of the Moon Pavilion in Heaven Do City. She is your biological aunt, have her take you back to the Clear Sky sect to acknowledge your ancestors and return to the clan. After returning to the Clear Sky sect, give my left leg and right arm to your uncle, Tang Xiao. He will teach you how to cultivate the Clear Sky Hammer. Spirit Hall will not attack the Clear Sky sect, it is very safe there, so you can cultivate there with peace of mind. After you finish cultivating the Clear Sky Hammer, have your aunt take you to Slaughter City. She will teach you what to do. Grandmaster, Little San, run in different directions, I will hold them off for a while longer. Tang Hao said resolutely. Daddy. Tang San saw the right arm and left leg Tang Hao had given him, the bones emitting a faint black glow, and understood Tang Hao's intention. Yu Shaogang had taught him that bones of that appearance were spirit bones. Once a spirit bone fused with a spirit master was separated, the spirit master would die. He thought Tang Hao was using his own life to trade for his and Grandmaster's survival. Thinking of this, Tang San knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to Tang Hao. Daddy, I will destroy Spirit Hall to avenge you. And there was Xiao Wu's revenge. Although she was killed by his father, Tang San silently recorded it under Spirit Hall's account as well. As a member of the Tang sect, how could he be indecisive? Anyway, since his father had separated his spirit bone, he was bound to die. Staying behind was useless and could not save Tang Hao. After speaking, Tang San activated Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and slipped into the dense forest nearby. Only in complex terrain could he better utilize the mysteries of the Tang sect's cultivation technique and escape. Grandmaster, if you can leave alive, I entrust little sand to you. Tang Hao patted Yu Shaoging's shoulder, placing a wisp of Tang San's aura on him. If he didn't stop the people from Spirit Hall, they would also be deceived by his diversion. It would just be a hardship for Grandmaster. In his view, it was only right for Yu Shaoging to take care of his disciple, even if it meant dying for him. His Excellency Hooshin, he is also my disciple. Rest assured, I will do everything in my power to help him cultivate and unlock the secret of cultivating twin spirits. Yu Shaoging summoned Luo Sanpao and rode the pig, disappearing into the distance. Tang Hao watched the two disappear and sighed, man proposes, God disposes. He had done what he could, now it was up to them. He felt some regret now. 12 years ago, he shouldn't have coveted Yin's 100,000-year spirit ring, and shouldn't have borrowed the power of Spirit Hall. If all of this hadn't happened, his father wouldn't have died, and the Clear Sky sect wouldn't have fallen into this state. Regret. Before long, Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo appeared, bringing a young man with them. Why aren't you dead? The moment Tang Hao saw Qi Tian, his pupils constricted slightly, and his mind was somewhat shaken. When he had attacked inside the academy earlier, although it was just a casual strike, it was definitely not something a spirit ancestor could withstand. Qi Tian looked at Tang Hao, the disabled man with messy hair and a pale, sallow face, and frowned. Tang San and Yu Shaoging actually ran away. This was not good news. However, Qi Tian didn't intend to waste time and directly said to Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, "Two elders, do it." Yes, Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo did not look down on Qi Tian because of his cultivation level. Moreover, they were very respectful to Qi Tian. After all, Qi Tian had just saved their lives. Ghost Douluo turned into a black shadow and attacked Tang Hao, and Chrysanthemum Douluo also charged forward with his chrysanthemum. But at this moment, even with a severed arm and leg, Tang Hao actually used his spirit. He held the Clear Sky hammer in his left hand, and his seventh red spirit ring flashed, teleportation. Tang Hao suddenly appeared in front of Qi Tian and swung his hammer at him. Although his spirit power had regressed to level 70, he still had great confidence in dealing with spirit masters below the Spirit Douluo level, let alone Qi Tian, a mere spirit king. Seeing Tang Hao disappear, Qi Tian also used teleportation and vanished from the spot, causing Tang Hao to strike empty air. At the same time, he used the disguise spirit ability to disguise his spirit rings as ordinary ones. Such a disguise would definitely be seen through by someone of Tang Hao's cultivation level, but his attention wasn't on that at all right now. You can also use teleportation. Tang Hao was shocked, and Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo had already caught up from behind. They were broken out in a cold sweat by Tang Hao. If anything happened to Qi Tian because of this, they would not only have to bear the psychological guilt but also be blamed by Bibi Dong. So, the two of them used their full strength this time. Tang Hao knew the opportunity was missed and, without hesitation, directly detonated his 100,000-year spirit ring. Massive spirit power poured into the Clear Sky hammer, continuing to smash towards Qi Tian. In his view, the power of this hammer strike might not kill Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo, but the residual force would have no problem killing Qi Tian. Moreover, since Qi Tian had just finished using teleportation, he certainly wouldn't be able to dodge this strike. Stop. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo didn't expect that Tang Hao, whose spirit power aura was only at level 70+, could still use a skill of such power. They were about to use their martial soul fusion skill. But the next moment, they suddenly saw golden light erupting from Qi Tian's body, forming a protective shield that covered him. This was Paragon Golden Body. At this moment, Qi Tian was invincible. How could Tang Hao not recognize this skill? Paragon Golden Body. How is this possible? Did you absorb Xiao Wu's spirit ring? Tang Hao couldn't believe it. Naturally, Qi Tian would not do something without being certain. If he didn't have Paragon Golden Body, he would have run away long ago. After detonating his last ring, Tang Hao could only use his soul bone skills. He still had 4 spirit bones left, but it was to no avail. He was completely controlled by Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo. Chapter 112, Squeezing out all of Tang Hao's value, making him wish he were dead. Qian looked at the captured Tang Hao and spoke nonsense. Tang Hao, I should thank you even more. After Xiao Wu spotted your clear sky hammer, she sacrificed her spirit ring to me. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to absorb this spirit ring. When a 100,000-year spirit beast sacrifices itself, the immense energy can almost freeze the surrounding space and time, which indirectly saved me. The appearance of your clear sky hammer made Xiao Wu recognize you as the murderer of her mother, which is why she decisively sacrificed herself. So Xiao Wu was the daughter of that spirit beast. No wonder, I should have realized it sooner. Tang Hao muttered. Tang Hao was somewhat dazed. After he failed to hunt Yin back then, the sect faced a crisis and was besieged by the forces led by the acting Supreme Pontiff, Bibi Dong of Spirit Hall. He realized his strength was insufficient to resist the Spirit Master Army of Spirit Hall, so he could only go to the Star Do Great Forest to hunt spirit beasts and raise his cultivation level. Who knew, by an incredible coincidence, he actually found a 100,000-year soft bones rabbit that had taken human form, and he took her spirit ring and spirit bone. What he didn't expect was that, in his haste to return to the Clear Sky sect for the emergency, he hadn't noticed Xiao Wu spying nearby. And all of this led to the current outcome. Tang Hao looked defeated, making no further attempt to argue. Qian used the blue-silver grass to wrap around Tang Hao's remaining left hand and right leg, tearing them off with force. Tang Hao gritted his teeth in pain, cold sweat covering his forehead and nose, but he didn't utter a sound. He once again activated the secret technique for peeling off spirit bones, and his spirit power dropped to level 50. Without hands and legs, he wouldn't even be able to use the clear sky hammer anymore. His aura, is this the blue-silver emperor? Tang Hao finally understood why Qian harbored such great hostility towards him. It turned out he was related to Yin, whom he had hunted 12 years ago. Everything was due to his own greed. Tang Hao, now reduced to a human pig, could no longer maintain consciousness and fainted in regret and agony. Qian collected Tang Hao's spirit bones and then looked at Tang Hao's scalp and chest, where 2 more spirit bones remained. Forget it. Splitting it in half is fair. It would be too much if I also wanted his wisdom spirit bone and torso spirit bone. Qian thought to himself. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo looked at the cruel Qian, feeling awe in their hearts, thinking that Qian possessed some of the Supreme Pontiff's demeanor. They naturally saw the spirit bones Qian took. Both of them, as titled Douluo, could only collectively produce 1 spirit bone from Ghost Douluo's body. Although they coveted those 2 spirit bones, they didn't say anything. They kept in mind that Qian was not only someone they couldn't afford to offend but also their savior. From any perspective, they wouldn't dare snatch Qian's spirit bones. At most, they would report Qian's actions to Bibi Dong. Your Excellency Qian, what should we do with this Tang Hao? Asked Chrysanthemum Douluo. Qian somewhat disliked his elegant, effeminate appearance, but he didn't criticize him. They didn't know why, but they actually came to ask Qian, an outsider, how to handle Tang Hao. Elders, please wait a moment. I will ask Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff what she says. Qian replied. Chrysanthemum Douluo and Ghost Douluo exchanged glances. They had only asked casually, but unexpectedly they had tested the depth of Qian's relationship with the Supreme Pontiff. He actually had a way to contact Her Holiness the Supreme Pontiff privately. Wasn't this relationship a bit too intimate? Qian closed his eyes. Using his split soul to contact Bibi Dong and Yin, asking them how to dispose of Tang Hao. At the same time, Qian also attempted to communicate with Xiao Wu's soul imprint to see if she could wake up early. Bibi Dong was currently still fighting the Slaughter King. The Slaughter King, being a level 99 limit Douluo, was currently unable to defeat Bibi Dong, whose spirit power was restricted to level 98. He did not know the unique ultimate skills created by Tang Chen, he only used his spirit abilities and the divine artifact, the Asura Sword. Bibi Dong, however, had cultivated both of her spirits to an extremely profound level and could switch between using the 2 spirits seamlessly. Moreover, many of Bibi Dong's spirit abilities were skills from 100,000-year spirit rings, and the power of these spirit abilities compensated for the difference in their spirit power. If Bibi Dong's spirit power hadn't been restricted, the Slaughter King would probably have been executed by now. Forget the Slaughter King, even if Tang Chen had intervened, he wouldn't have been able to harm Bibi Dong. For a time, the Slaughter King already had the intention to retreat. That god of slaughter ran away with his son. Tang Chen's will shouldn't pop out to cause trouble again, right? Thinking this, the Slaughter King fought while retreating. His spirit power was higher than Bibi Dong's, and he held a divine artifact, making it difficult for Bibi Dong to keep him there. At this moment, Qian was using his split soul to discuss with Bibi Dong how to deal with Tang Hao. Should they kill him immediately to prevent unforeseen events, or what? What do you think we should do? Bibi Dong asked while chasing the Slaughter King. Qian thought for a moment and said, wouldn't killing him like this be too easy for him? I think we should make him wish he were dead. How do we make him wish he were dead? Bibi Dong asked. Their souls had spent a long time together before, so their conversation had no restraints. Qian also didn't worry about his image and dared to appear too cruel. How about cutting off his hands and feet, sealing his spirit power, imprisoning him, and slowly interrogating him about the Clear Sky sect secrets? Tang Hao knew many ultimate arts. They could try to ask about the Clear Sky 9 Absolutes and the Great Sumeru Hammer. Spirit Hall might need to incorporate some spirit masters from the Clear Sky sect later, and these secret techniques would be useful. Even if they didn't incorporate the Clear Sky sect spirit masters, other hammer spirits could reference them, or even use them directly. For example, the explosive secret technique, ring explosion. All right, I'll listen to you, but we must make him wish he were dead. Bibi Dong said. Qian said, that's easy. How about locking him up with some perverted male rapist prisoners? Given his past experience and status, he definitely won't be able to bear this kind of humiliation. All right. Bibi Dong, a pervert herself, found Qian perverted. But she believed that her teacher, xunji, with his spirit in heaven, would also agree. Qian then asked Yin's opinion, and Yin expressed support for Qian's suggestion. He also asked if she wanted to come and see Tang Hao's fate, but Yin refused, saying she didn't want to cause trouble for Qian. In the end, the group decided to spare Tang Hao's life, but they would squeeze out all his value and make him wish he were dead. Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo took away the unconscious Tang Hao. Qian, meanwhile, used his body martial soul to try and find the whereabouts of Tang San and Yu Shaogang. Under the enhancement of the body martial soul, Qian's sense of smell became extremely sensitive, and he captured two distinct scents from the numerous odors. The scent over here seems more like a young person. It must be Tang San. Qian confirmed the direction, informed Bibi Dong, and chased off in the direction the scent had departed. He just didn't know that Tang Hao had performed aura summoning on the auras of Tang San and Yu Shaogang. The person Qian was chasing was not Tang San at all, but the Grandmaster Yu Shaogang. Chapter 113, The Role of Yu Shaogang. Bibi Dong was still hunting down the Slaughter King, and Qian kept a portion of his mental force on her to prevent any accidents. Qian had reserved a portion of his spirit power. If Bibi Dong encountered any accidents, he could use his divine artifact to take her away and ensure her safety. He had already demonstrated this ability before, so he did not care whether or not his little secrets would be exposed. More than an hour later, Qian followed the scent and caught up with Yu Shaogang. Why is it Yu Shaogang? Qian thought to himself. He had wanted to catch up to Tang San, capture him, and find a way to extort his cultivation technique from him. The purple demon eye could cultivate mental force, and the ghost shadow perplexing track movement technique was comparable to that of an agility attack system spirit master. Both were decent cultivation techniques in this world. As for Yu Shaogang, he had no value. His so-called spirit theories were all just things he had gleaned from Spirit Hall. He was not valued by his family, otherwise, he could have been captured to threaten Yu Yuanjun. Therefore, Qian did not intend to capture him. It would be better to let him continue to mislead Tang San's cultivation. Letting Yu Shaogang's hopes slowly crumble was the most suitable destination for him. However, not capturing him did not mean he couldn't let him suffer a little. For example, by having Spirit Hall place a wanted notice on him and Tang San, forcing them to scramble for their lives while being unable to collect their Spirit Master stipends from Spirit Hall. Qian happened to dislike their behavior of biting the hand that fed them, taking Spirit Hall's money while acting against Spirit Hall at every turn. Let's first trick Yu Shaogang into finding Tang San. Qian thought for a moment, then used the first spirit ability of his blue-silver grass, open black lens bracket disguise close black lens bracket, to transform himself into the appearance of Tang Hao. Moreover, since Qian had taken Tang Hao's spirit bone, he could even simulate the smell of alcohol and the aura of decadence that permeated Tang Hao's body. Yu Shaogang had let Luo Sanpao carry him while running continuously for over an hour, and his spirit power had long since been exhausted. At this moment, he could only run on his own, suffering miserably. Just then, he saw a person in gray robes standing not far away. That person in gray robes had messy hair and was missing his right arm and left leg. His sallow face appeared extremely pale, his lips were dry and cracked, and his eyes were listless. He looked exactly like a dying man. His Excellency Hoshan, is that you? Qian nodded. Seeing Tang Hao nod, Yu Shaogang finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been afraid that the person catching up to him was from Spirit Hall. As long as it was Tang Hao, he would be safe for the time being. Your Excellency, where are the Supreme Pontiff and the Guardian Elder of Spirit Hall? Yu Shaogang asked. Qian sighed and said, Bibi Dong was held back by the Slaughter King, and the Chrysanthemum and Ghost Douluo were repelled by me. Does that mean we are safe now? Yu Shaogang asked. Qian shook his head and said, No, they will return soon, and I am already at the end of my rope. I am no match for them. Your Excellency, Yu Shaogang asked, worried. Tang Hao was his idol after all. Seeing his idol reduced to this state, how could Yu Shaogang let it go? No need to say more. My time is running out. I speak, you listen. Qian waved his left hand and said sternly. Yu Shaogang suppressed his melancholy and asked, Your Excellency, please speak, I am listening. On my right arm and left leg were the inherited spirit bones of the Clear Sky sect, which is why I gave them to Little San. Having forcibly separated the spirit bones, my lifespan has reached its end. Little San will have to rely on you from now on. Yu Shaogang suddenly realized, so it was the inherited spirit bone. He felt a bit envious. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan also had inherited spirit bones, and only the sect leader candidates had the opportunity to absorb them. If he could get his hands on one, he might have had a chance to achieve a breakthrough to level 30. Tang Hao could absorb an inherited spirit bone when he was young, why couldn't he? Thinking of this, Yu Shaogang sighed. Born into the upper three sects, yet their fates were so different, it was too hard for him. Yu Shaogang did not know that this was merely Qian's guess. Seeing that Tang Hao was missing his right arm and left leg, he had guessed that the spirit bones were with Tang San. Now, seeing Yu Shaogang's reaction, Qian knew his guess was not wrong, so he continued to bluff him. Grandmaster, please trouble yourself to find Little San, continue to be his teacher, and guide his cultivation. Back then, I killed the Supreme Pontiff, causing the entire Clear Sky sect to be slaughtered by Spirit Hall. The entire sect must resent me. Otherwise, then why does Your Excellency still want Little San to return to the Clear Sky sect? Yu Shaogang asked. So Tang San has returned to the Clear Sky sect. Qian thought to himself, he was fishing for information from Yu Shaogang. Grandmaster, only by going to the Clear Sky sect can Little San learn the cultivation methods of the Clear Sky Hammer. I have no other choice. His return to the Clear Sky sect might not go smoothly, so I want you to tell Little San to absorb the spirit bones directly and increase his cultivation level first. Only when Little San's strength is sufficient can he attract the attention of the Clear Sky sect and make them accept him, Qian said. That makes sense. Yu Shaogang nodded, I will catch up with him as soon as possible. Yu Shaogang remembered that previously, Tang Hao had told Tang San to return the severed limbs to Tang Xiao. Now that he knew they were spirit bones, he felt that was not acceptable. If members of one's own clan could be relied upon, how would he, Yu Shaogang, have been driven out of his sect? Therefore, Yu Shaogang felt that the Clear Sky sect could not be trusted, and it would be better for Tang San to absorb the spirit bones himself. Only if Tang San possessed sufficient strength could he prove his value, and prove that he, Yu Shaogang, was not trash. Qian added, if you haven't found a way to solve the defects of the twin spirits, then let little San switch to cultivating the Clear Sky Hammer. Switching to the Clear Sky Hammer now, at least his first spirit ring for the Clear Sky Hammer can be a 1,000-year spirit ring, it won't be useless. If his first spirit ring is a 1,000-year spirit ring, at least he can be stronger than me. Yu Shaogang said, Your Excellency, rest assured, I will definitely find a way to solve the defects of the twin spirits for little San. Since Bibi Dong can do it, I can do it too. In truth, he lacked confidence, so he added, if there is no way, I will listen to Your Excellency and let him cultivate the Clear Sky Hammer first. Grandmaster, then I will leave it to you. I am about to die. Little San is your disciple, take good care of him. What? Yu Shaogang's pupils constricted. Was the once great Clear Sky Douluo really going to die silently like this? Could it be a side effect of stripping away the spirit bones? Before he could ask any more questions, he saw Tang Hao hopping away and disappearing from his sight. Yu Shaogang dared not linger, fearing the pursuing troops from Spirit Hall, so he immediately changed his direction of escape and headed toward Heaven Do City in the northeast. He had originally planned to go to Swotuo City first to find his former sycophant, Flender. But now that Tang Hao had a mission for him, he naturally had to prioritize completing this mission that concerned Tang San's cultivation. Qian transformed back to his own appearance and doubled back to observe Yu Shaogang. Heading toward Heaven Do City, is Tang San really going back to the Clear Sky sect? Qian thought to himself. Qian did not pay much more attention. If this spare move worked, he would profit, if it didn't matter. Chapter 114, Possession of Ning Rongrong, Accidental Encounter with Shrek. After Kishan finished all of this, he had nothing to do for the time being. The dog system's mission still hadn't been activated, and his mission possession object seemed to be in a deep sleep. Every time Kishan's split soul went over, it spent the time sleeping. As for Bibi Dong, with his current strength, he couldn't help her, and using the divine artifact would only grant him a single strike's worth of power, so he could only return first. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that it seemed he hadn't seen Ning Rongrong for several months. Where could this girl be now? Will she still go to Shrek Academy? Kishan thought to himself. Shrek Academy still hid a future food god, but without the immortal herb, Oscar probably wouldn't be able to become the food god. Thinking of this, Kishan planned to perform possession on Ning Rongrong to see what she had been doing lately and whether she had been working hard to cultivate. If she was in Heaven Do City, he could just happen to use possession on her and, by the way, wait for Tang San. In Spirit City, a young girl gave a cold snort, walked out of the city gate, and turned back to curse a couple of times. HMPH, not letting me see the Supreme Pontiff, what's the big deal? Next time I will bring Dad's Supreme Pontiff medallion, let's see if you dare to stop me then. Just at this moment, the young girl's movements paused. A voice suddenly came into her mind. It was that guy she had been thinking about and searching for, Kishan. Regarding Kishan's request for possession, Ning Rongrong had originally wanted to refuse and give him the cold shoulder, but her body was very honest and agreed. Brother Tien, you really are in Spirit City, Ning Rongrong said with certainty. She had been traveling the continent, and only in Spirit City did Kishan perform possession on her again. Kishan was stunned for a moment. Upon looking up, he saw the towering and familiar Spirit City. A few years ago, he had once performed possession on Bibi Dong and lived here for a period of time. It's me. But I am not in Spirit City. And why aren't you cultivating properly? How did you end up in Spirit City? Aren't you afraid that Spirit Hall will capture you? Kishan said with annoyance. Ning Rongrong said with some grievance, Brother Tien, you haven't appeared for nearly a year. I came to look for you. And I have been working hard to cultivate. If you don't believe me, you can feel my spirit power. Kishan naturally felt her spirit power. she indeed hadn't neglected her cultivation, and her spirit power had actually reached level 35. Not bad, a 12-year-old level 35 support spirit master, that is top tier even on the continent. Qishan praised. Being praised by Qishan, much of the grievance in Ning Rongrong's heart dissipated. What about the skill mind separation control technique? What level have you cultivated to? Qishan asked again. I've cultivated to the 4 aperture constant heart. I only have 3 spirit abilities right now, so the 4 aperture constant heart is already ahead of schedule. Not bad, but you still need to work hard. You don't meet the requirements to contract a spirit soul yet, Qishan said. I know, Ning Rongrong answered happily. It was good that Qishan hadn't forgotten about contracting a spirit soul for her. Her hard work hadn't been in vain. She believed that she would soon become the first support spirit master in the history of the 7 treasure glazed tile school with attack capabilities. All right, if there's nothing else, you should return to the sect to cultivate. Qishan suggested. Ning Rongrong's purpose for traveling the continent was originally to find Qishan and, incidentally, to broaden her horizons. Now that Qishan had appeared again, she could consider her goal achieved, and it was time to return to the sect. Brother Tian, can you tell me where you are exactly? Are you with that woman? Ning Rongrong asked. Which woman? Qishan was a bit confused. It's the Supreme Pontiff Bibi Dong. Facing Bibi Dong, Ning Rongrong felt a bit powerless. Her own background, which she was proud of, was nothing in front of her, and even her cultivation level was far behind her. The only thing she could boast about was that she was younger than her, so Ning Rongrong was a bit nervous. Although she had never seen Qishan and didn't know what he looked like, she didn't really care about appearance. She had already fallen for him in her heart. If she cared about appearance, in the original Fate, she wouldn't have been able to like Tang San before he had awakened the Blue-Silver Emperor. If it weren't for the fact that Tang San already had Xiao Wu, she wouldn't even have chosen Oscar. Qishan said, No, I am not in Spirit City. Work hard to cultivate, you will see me in the future. After he finished speaking, he returned control of the body to Ning Rongrong, but he did not withdraw his split soul. Qishan prepared to use this to train the mind separation control technique skill, or perhaps call it split soul control technique, to process information in multiple threads at all times. Ning Rongrong had already cultivated to the 4 aperture constant heart, while he had only cultivated to the 5 aperture scattered heart. He almost lost face. Brother Tian, have you left? Ning Rongrong discovered that she could control her body again. If this were the first time, she would definitely be very happy. But now it was the opposite. She thought she had made Qishan angry, and she was suddenly a bit panicked. No, I am still here. Do your thing, don't worry about me. Qishan responded. Using the divine descent method to split into multiple split souls was still too strenuous for Qishan. If he continued to cultivate, he might one day reach the realm of the sea god, where a single divine soul he split off would possess immense power. Unlike Qishan's current split soul, which couldn't do anything. Ning Rongrong breathed a sigh of relief and happily hurried in the direction of Heaven Do City. Swotuo City. In a restaurant, 2 young men were lecherously looking at a girl in a white dress at another table. These 2 young men, one was a chubby little boy and the other had a beard, and at the same table was a decadent-looking blonde young man. Boss Dai, that girl is really beautiful. I have never seen such a beautiful woman. The chubby little boy said. At this moment, his body, due to his spirit's defect, was already faintly reacting. These 3 young men were the 3 little lechers of Swotuo City, Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mubai. As for the other 3 big lechers, they were naturally the Scar Trio. That's just because you, fatty, haven't seen the world. My fiancée is 100 times more beautiful than her. Dai Mubai said, disdaining to look. Boss Dai, you're bringing up your fiancé again. Don't think we don't know that you were beaten by your fiancé last time, Ma Hongjun said. Fatty, are you looking for death? I won't take you to play later, and I won't help you pay if you follow me. Don't be like that, Boss Dai, I was wrong, okay. I meant that you 2 were just flirting. Ma Hongjun said cheekily. Not bad, you're sensible. Let me see the beauty you're talking about. Dai Mubai nodded in satisfaction and looked up at the guests at the next table. Upon looking, Daimubai discovered that he had been talking big. That girl in the white dress was actually on par with Zhu Zuqing in appearance. And compared to Zhu Zuqing, she was even more exquisite, and her body faintly carried a hint of tulip fragrance. It was too enchanting. The three people at the table were all staring blankly at the blonde girl in the white dress at the next table. Spirit City suppresses the entrance and exit of the Star-Do Great Forest, on the western edge of the Star-Do Great Forest, at the border of the two empires. Returning to Heaven-Do City from Spirit City requires passing through the two great kingdoms of Balak and Sylves. That young girl in the white dress was Ning Rongrong, who had come from Spirit City. Ning Rongrong frowned. She didn't expect to run into this kind of lecher again. Having traveled the continent for several months, she had seen many such lechers, and they were often dealt with by her using the dragon beard needles given to her by Qian. She also cultivated the mysterious heaven skill, so she was still able to fire a few dragon beard needles. Chapter 115, Bibi Dong's Request. Outside Slaughter City, Bibi Dong had chased the Slaughter King all the way here. Rakshasa of the Slaughter God, you have gone too far. This seat has already conceded. Why must you continue to hound this seat without end? The Slaughter King looked somewhat miserable. One of his dark red wings had been severed by Bibi Dong. Although he was a level 99 titled Douluo, he lacked his own insights and only knew how to use Spirit Ring Soul Bone skills and the Asura Sword. The essence of the Clear Sky Hammer lay within the few legacy secret techniques that Tang Chen had comprehended. If it were an ordinary titled Douluo, they would have been defeated by his brute force overpowering technique, but his opponent was Bibi Dong, who had also reached level 99. Thus, he fell into a disadvantageous position while fighting Bibi Dong, who cultivated steadily. Bibi Dong did not really intend to kill the Slaughter King. Forcing him to this point was enough to establish her authority. Because the Slaughter King occupied Tang Chen's body, and Tang Chen could be considered the high priest of the Asura god. If Bibi Dong continued to press him, it might cause some undesirable consequences. Consuming the origin of Tang Chen's body had already achieved Bibi Dong's goal. She wanted Tang Chen to become even weaker after waking up so that he would not affect the development of the continent. HMPH, Slaughter King, it was you who ruined my plans first, yet you dare to bite back. In the future, if you dare to leave Slaughter City again, I will blockade Slaughter City and cut off all material supplies to it. You wouldn't want your base camp to be destroyed like this, would you? Bibi Dong threatened. The supplies for Slaughter City were all sold by Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall indeed had the ability to blockade Slaughter City. Bibi Dong knew that the Slaughter King was the dark gold three-headed bat king and valued the fallen ones in Slaughter City as blood food. If the food supply were cut off and the fallen ones inside Slaughter City died out, it would be equivalent to cutting off the food supply for the dark gold three-headed bat clan. You, the Slaughter King, even with 3 heads, could not process this. Only then did he remember Bibi Dong's identity. She was not only a slaughter god but also the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall. HMPH. Rakshasa of the Slaughter God, if you dare to destroy Slaughter City, this seat will never let this go. After delivering these harsh words, the Slaughter King retreated to Slaughter City in a sorry state. Seeing the Slaughter King admit defeat, Bibi Dong finally relaxed completely and began to contact Qian, who had left a split soul in her sea of consciousness. Qian, don't you have the ability to travel through time and space? Come to my side quickly, let me see you. Bibi Dong smoothed out the corner of her clothes. The purpose of Bibi Dong's trip was twofold. One was to avenge herself on Tang Hao, and the other was to see Qian. The goal of taking revenge on Tang Hao had already been achieved, so only Qian remained. Although the two had met in Nuoding City, Bibi Dong was focused on dealing with the Slaughter King at the time and had no time to have a proper reunion with Qian. Now that the Slaughter King had fled with injuries, she naturally wanted to see Qian. Moreover, Qian possessed the ability to travel through space, so wanting to see him was not too difficult. All right. Qian did not hesitate and immediately activated the divine artifact, the Sea-Calming Divine Pearl, which involved time and space, using the phantom of the divine artifact within this split soul as an anchor to travel. He believed that Bibi Dong would not harm him. And even if Bibi Dong wanted to harm him, his paragon golden body had finished cooling down, and he had enough reaction time to escape. With a flash of five-colored brilliant light, Qi Tian's figure appeared beside Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong looked at the handsome youth who had suddenly appeared and observed him carefully for a long while. "It has been 28 years, I have finally seen you," Bibi Dong murmured. When she was 18, she was possessed by Qi Tian, and it wasn't until now, when she was over 40, that she saw Qi Tian's main body. However, although she was over 40, as a limit Douluo, her appearance looked like she was in her 20s. Qi Tian felt a little guilty, but still pretended to be relaxed, trying to influence Bibi Dong. "How is it? Is my appearance very different from what you imagined? Although you are different from the Qi Tian in my imagination, you are better looking than the you in my dreams." Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. She did not have very high requirements for a partner's appearance, otherwise, she would not have been attracted to the below-average Yu Shaogang. Qi Tian smiled. He had experienced the awakening of his body martial soul and could control every part of his body. His blue-silver grass martial soul had also evolved into the blue-silver emperor. Both changes would optimize his appearance, and in this regard, he was very confident. Bibi Dong did not have the slightest majesty of a supreme pontiff at this moment. She hugged Qi Tian and carefully felt the scent on his body. There was a hint of natural fragrance on Qi Tian's body, and occasionally a faint scent of tulips could be smelled, which was very pleasant. "Qi Tian, come back to Spirit City with me, I don't want to be separated from you again," Bibi Dong said while hugging Qi Tian. Qi Tian's smile faltered. It wasn't that he didn't want to live off a woman, but he still had Zhu Zuqing, Yin, and the others. If he went back to Spirit City with Bibi Dong, what would happen to them? "What? Do you still have reservations? Are you reluctant to leave that yellow-haired girl from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or are you reluctant to leave Lu Erlong from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan?" Bibi Dong let go of Qi Tian, looked up at him, and her gentle face carried a hint of majestic aura. Speaking of this, Bibi Dong suddenly realized that Qi Tian had actually connected all the major forces on the continent. "It's not." Before Qi Tian could speak, he was interrupted by Bibi Dong. "It's not. Could there be others? By the way, what about that little rabbit?" Bibi Dong suddenly remembered that the shape-shifting spirit beast, Xiao Wu, also seemed quite pretty. "Xiao Wu has already sacrificed herself to me and become my spirit ring," Qi Tian said. "A shape-shifting spirit beast sacrificed herself?" Bibi Dong was stunned. She had hunted so many spirit beasts over the years, why had she never encountered such a good thing? Tang Hao's 100,000-year spirit ring came from Xiao Wu's mother. Her purpose for leaving the Star Do Great Forest was to seek revenge. The condition for her to sacrifice herself to me was for me to avenge her, Qi Tian said. "No wonder. This Tang Hao is truly wicked," Bibi Dong said. Influenced by Qi Tian, she had already understood that to do many things, one must first put righteousness at the forefront. Qi Tian showed his spirit and spirit rings to Bibi Dong. The yellow, black, purple, black, and red spirit rings were very astonishing. His second spirit ring could be considered the life-bound spirit ring of the blue-silver grass, which turned black when the spirit evolved. "You also have twin spirits." What shocked Bibi Dong even more was that Qi Tian actually also had twin spirits. "Yes." Qi Tian nodded. "I was just about to ask for your advice on the cultivation of twin spirits." "Good, I will pass on some of my insights to you right now," Bibi Dong said. She had deep research on twin spirits and could seamlessly switch between two spirits, domains, and sometimes even use both powers. If Qi Tian could learn it, perhaps he could use two spirits at the same time. Having understood the mysteries within, Qi Tian might not even be stuck by the level 96 bottleneck in the future. "Wait a moment, I have something to deal with." Qi Tian called for a pause. Because he sensed at this moment that Ning Rongrong had encountered some trouble in Swotuo City. Chapter 116, Ning Rongrong defeats the three Shrek monsters. "What is it?" Bibi Dong asked. Bibi Dong knew of Ning Rongrong. Tianqi thought for a moment, then recounted the sequence of events to Bibi Dong. After listening, she said thoughtfully, "I will go with you." Tianqi was a bit hesitant. Bibi Dong said gently, "Rest assured, I will not make things difficult for that little girl." She was just a little girl. Bibi Dong had already decided to find a way to exhaust Tianqi's spirit power today, leaving him with no way to escape. Then, she would seize the opportunity to capture him and see if he would still dare to make excuses and refuse to return to Spirit City with her. Just now, when he teleported over, Bibi Dong had sensed that a large portion of his spirit power had been consumed. As long as she could make him use this ability a few more times, her opportunity would arrive. All right. Tianqi felt it would be inappropriate to leave Bibi Dong behind, so he hurriedly activated the Sea-calming Divine Pearl to perform spatial movement. Suotuo City, Restaurant, 2nd floor lobby. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were staring at Ning Rongrong at the next table with lecherous gazes. They were commenting on Ning Rongrong without restraint, acting as if they were visiting a red light district. "Boss Dai, didn't I tell you she was beautiful? Look at her skin, it's so fair it looks like you could squeeze water out of it," Ma Hongjun said. "Superficial. If you ask me, that faint scent of tulips on her is what's truly attractive," Dai Mubai said. He had never been with a beauty possessing such a unique fragrance, so she was very appealing to him. "The noble temperament she possesses is what's most attractive," Oscar said with yearning. He came from a commoner background and felt somewhat inferior, suppressed by Ning Rongrong's temperament. The most uncomfortable part was that he hadn't shaved his beard today. His messy, full beard gave him the appearance of a wild man, and he also had a pair of peach blossom eyes. This complex image, if placed in Tianqi's hometown of Blue Star, would definitely make it onto some place's must-eat list. "Oscar, the temperament she has must be a disguise, perhaps it's to attract customers. Why don't we, hee." Dai Mubai's eyes lit up. The shadow of being beaten up by Zhu Zuqing still remained, and now that there was a beauty of the same rank, he wanted to have a taste. "Fatty, since you say so, why don't you go ask her the price?" Dai Mubai said. "If it works out, I'll treat you to the triplets at our usual spot." Ma Hongjun's eyes lit up. "No problem." The three did not lower their voices while communicating, so Ning Rongrong heard everything. If it were the Ning Rongrong with the spoiled young mistemper from before, she would have long since exploded in rage, slammed the table, and rebuked them. But the current Ning Rongrong had learned to endure and to play the pig to eat the tiger. "Damnable bastards, they actually mistook me for that kind of woman." Ning Rongrong inwardly seethed. She acted as if nothing had happened, eating her food while clamping a few hair crystal particles between her fingers. This was the self-defense weapon Tianqi had given her. During her travels, she had relied on her 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda to find several more pieces of such crystal. However, she didn't know how to break them open, so she planned to give them to Tianqi next time, asking him to help break them open to obtain more dragon beard needles for the sect. "Beauty, what's your name? Do me the honor, how about Big Brother treats you to a meal?" Ma Hongjun sat down beside her boorishly. Money is a man's courage. With Dai Mubai around to pay, he was quite confident. If Dai Mubai weren't around, he would revert to that somewhat impatient, lecherous fatty. "Get lost." Ning Rongrong glared at him. Ma Hongjun's breath hitched, he felt slighted. Looking back, he saw Dai Mubai and Oscar watching. With amusement. He felt like he had been looked down upon. Already somewhat inferior due to his spirit defects and background, he overreacted. "What are you pretending for? Someone is offering to treat you to a meal, and you're unwilling. Aren't you all out here selling yourselves anyway?" Ma Hongjun judged others by himself. In any case, if Dai Mubai treated him to a meal or to drink flower wine, he would never refuse. Conversely, Oscar refused to act with them many times, which, in his view, was just being hypocritical. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the young girl in front of him raise her hand. The distance between them was too close, only 1 meter. At this distance, Ma Hongjun could not defend against the dragon beard needle at all. A few dragon beard needles pierced into Ma Hongjun's body. He felt as if he had been bitten by a mosquito and did not notice anything unusual. Ning Rongrong stood up and walked to the table next to them, in front of Dai Mubai and Oscar. Dai Mubai and Oscar's eyes lit up, and they gave Ma Hongjun a thumbs up. Fatty, you've really got it. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, so you're just playing hard to get, still pretending in front of me. So you are the ones who want to treat me to a meal. And you were badmouthing me behind my back as a whore? Ning Rongrong asked. Dai Mubai and Oscar's smiles froze, somewhat embarrassed. Oscar hurriedly explained, Miss, you've misunderstood, I didn't think that way. But Ning Rongrong did not listen to their explanation. She circulated her mysterious heaven skill internal energy, waved her hand, and threw a handful of dragon beard needles. At such a close distance, and with them caught off guard, they were all hit by the dragon beard needles. Even if they had been on guard, they would not have been able to block these dragon beard needles, which were designed specifically to break through protective aura. This damned sense of familiarity. A bad premonition arose in Dai Mubai's heart. He had been hit by a dragon beard needle before and had spent half a month in bed before he could get up. Now, it seemed he had that feeling again. Seeing that she had succeeded, Ning Rongrong hurriedly retreated far away, fearing the cornered beasts would fight back. The next moment, Dai Mubai felt that familiar pain. It's that weapon, a sneak attack, you, shameless. He hurriedly used martial soul possession, letting his spirit power alleviate his pain. It hurts. Dai Mubai could endure it for a while, but that didn't mean Ma Hongjun and Oscar could endure it. The two rolled on the ground in pain. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth against the pain and rushed toward Ning Rongrong, wanting to grab her. Both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zuqing knew how to use this weapon. In his eyes, the two might have some connection, and catching her would mean finding Zhu Zuqing. At the same time, he also felt some regret that he had behaved so unseemly in front of his fiancée's friend again. Perhaps it was Zuqing who entrusted her to test me. I'm truly damnable, to have thought that Zuqing had given up on me. Just as Dai Mubai was about to grab Ning Rongrong, and the hidden guards were about to make a move. A flash of five-colored light passed, and two people appeared out of thin air. They were none other than Tianqi and Bibi Dong. Tianqi reached out and caught Dai Mubai's fist. With a crack, he twisted his arm, and the bone even pierced through the skin. The strength of a Spirit King realm body martial soul was not something a Spirit Elder around rank 30 could withstand. My hand. Dai Mubai's arm hung limply. He could no longer endure the pain and collapsed to the ground, trembling. Tianqi, it's you. How did you both appear together? Ning Rongrong asked, surprised as she looked at the suddenly appearing Bibi Dong and Tianqi. She remembered this youth. It was more than half a year ago that she had met him in the Sunset Forest. Chapter 117, Is it a mediocrity to not dare to cause trouble? Ning Rongrong remembered that she had once gifted him a token to win him over, but unfortunately, he seemed to have never used it. Naturally, I saw injustice and came to save you. Qi Tian said. Ning Rongrong lifted her chin and said, for just these few rookies, I don't need you to save me, I have a way to deal with them. She was right. If she had the first move, these people would be tortured to the point of agonizing death by her dragon beard needle. This was a type of hidden weapons that even Zhao Wuji could not endure. It's not them, Qi Tian said. Before coming here, Qi Tian had sensed the aura of a strong expert with his mental force, which was why he rushed over to intervene. Who dares to harm the students of our Shrek Academy? Just then, a shout came, and as the guests had already dispersed, a burly man appeared in the restaurant. Under his feet, 7 spirit rings were arranged and pulsating. He was clearly a spirit saint expert. And Ning Rongrong's guards, who were only assigned to her as Spirit King or Spirit Emperor according to the rules, might not necessarily be able to protect her. Who are you? They were the ones who insulted this young miss first. Ning Rongrong argued, standing her ground. Not daring to cause trouble is a mediocrity. This was the life philosophy Zhao Wuji had always taught his students. Who caused trouble first was not important to him. His students were supposed to cause trouble, and he, Zhao Wuji, was just here to protect his own today. HMPH. So you were the one who hurt them. Then I'll catch you first, and then interrogate you properly. Zhao Wuji didn't care about that much and charged forward recklessly. He even dared to charge at the Spirit Hall and the disciples of the Strength Clan, let alone a little girl. Bibi Dong sat to the side, watching quietly, and Qi knew that she probably wouldn't make a move. Rongrong, give me support. Qi said. Ning. Rongrong had been training for a long time and was no pushover. All right, 9 treasure glazed tile pagoda, turn. First, strength, second, speed, third, spirit. 3 rays of light surged into Qi body, greatly boosting his state. Ning Rongrong only then realized that after not seeing him for more than half a year, Qi had actually become a spirit king. Supporting a spirit king consumed quite a lot of her spirit power. Zhao Wuji's movement stagnated, and his heart skipped a beat. He recognized Ning Rongrong's spirit and thought it was the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda. As someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong, he naturally knew that he had kicked an iron plate and needed to hold back a bit. What was even more terrifying was that both of them looked so young, yet their cultivation level was so high. Their backgrounds were likely not simple. He had once been hunted down because he provoked people from the Spirit Hall and the Strength Clan, and he didn't want to add the 7 treasure glazed tile school to the list. That would be the end of him. Qi felt his spirit power increase greatly and immediately released the blue-silver domain, adding 2 spirit ability attacks against Zhao Wuji. Blue-silver overlord spear, wood dragon technique. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Wuji saw several golden spears piercing over, along with several wood dragons. One was a tens of thousands year spirit ability, and the other was a nearly 10,000 year spirit ability, and with the domain's enhancement, their power was not small. Zhao Wuji dared not hold back anymore. His 7th spirit ring flashed, and he transformed into a vigorous Vajra bear true body several meters tall. A movable bright king body, vigorous Vajra palm. As the spirit abilities collided, Zhao Wuji's bare paw felt a sharp pain. It had actually been pierced by the blue-silver overlord spear. How is this possible? He was the immovable bright king who boasted of strength and defense. How could he fail to defend against the skill of a spirit king? Although he only used 100-year spirit ability, he was a spirit saint. Even 100-year spirit ability's power should not be underestimated. Zhao Wuji panicked a little and hurriedly used the gravity domain, tracking and positioning, and other spirit abilities, preparing to capture the leader first. In his view, this plant spirit master's body was very fragile and would break at a touch. As long as he caught Qi, he could still regain his face. Unfortunately, Qi didn't give him any face and turned into an ink jade bamboo, his true body having already transferred. This was the ability of his spirit soul, the ink jade bamboo. It could swap positions, which counted as a substitute technique, and the consumption was extremely small. Zhao Wuji couldn't catch Qi at all and was poked full of holes by Qi blue-silver overlord spear formation. If it weren't for his powerful defensive capabilities, he would have already died at Qi hands by now. Be careful, my spirit power is almost exhausted. Ning Rongrong reminded. Qi consecutive use of 10,000-year spirit abilities also consumed quite a lot, and he had also used the Sea Calming Divine Pearl twice to travel through space. Fortunately, Zhao Wuji was already at the end of his rope. Seeing his movements becoming more and more sluggish, Qi took out some dragon beard needles and sprinkled them out. It was just the right time to give Zhao Wuji the dragon beard needle package he had missed, saving himself a bit of spirit power. Zhao Wuji was covered in dragon beard needles and could no longer maintain his martial soul true body, fainting from the pain. We actually defeated a spirit saint. Ning Rongrong found it hard to believe. I am really too amazing. Dad probably doesn't have such a battle record, right? Ning Rongrong thought to herself. Bibi Dong nodded with satisfaction. She felt that Qi spirit power was almost exhausted. She could catch him immediately and leave him without spirit power to escape for the time being. Tianqi, what kind of academy is Shrek Academy? What should we do with these people? Ning Rongrong asked. She didn't have a strong intent to kill and didn't say she wanted to kill them. Let's use their own methods to treat them. Since they wanted to do you wrong, why don't we let them taste that feeling too? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up and she said, I happened to meet 3 lecherous thieves yesterday, how about locking them up together? Although her temper had improved a little, she was still a little demoness and had ways to torture people. Good. After those 3 lecherous thieves are used, hand them over to the spirit hall, I still have use for them. Qian had possession of Ning Rongrong, so naturally, he knew who she had met yesterday. It was exactly the trio of Scarface brother, Tianya, and Ekao. Seeing Ning Rongrong's beauty, they wanted to invite her to eat lollipops and go home to watch goldfish. But the 3 of them kicked an iron plate and were caught by Ning Rongrong's guards. They were now locked up in the 7 treasure glazed tile school's chamber of commerce waiting to be dealt with. Qian wanted to send them to Tang Hao and tell him it was delicious and incomparable, not to be missed. In the original Destiny, these 3 people actually ended up getting into the Heaven Do Empire's establishment and setting up checkpoints to extort money. And the pure and flawless god King Tang met them but didn't finish them off, just because they were the subordinates of his good apprentice Shui Bang. In this lifetime, Qian planned to let them get into the Spirit Hall's establishment, specifically to be used to torture Tang Hao. Being able to get intimate with a former titled Douluo could be considered the blessing of the Scarface brother trio. Ning Rongrong waved her hand and let her guards handle this matter. She naturally knew that since she came out for training, Ning Fengji would arrange guards for her, so she wasn't polite and used them as needed, saving worry and effort. Tianqi, since we happen to meet, why don't we go back to Heaven Do City together? Ning Rongrong thought Qian was quite interesting and wanted to invite him to go back to Heaven Do City together. Most importantly, he came with Bibi Dong, so if she did this, it would be equivalent to snatching someone from Bibi Dong, which would be a win. No, Qian has to go back to Spirit City with me first. Bibi Dong smiled. Ning Rongrong's smile froze. Qian. What did you just call him? Chapter 118, The Doom of Shrek. Ning Rongrong had only met Qian once before in the Sunset Forest, and the 2 of them didn't have much interaction. At the time, Qian hadn't acknowledged her, calling himself Tianqi, and pairing up with Zhu Zuqing. Ning Rongrong had even wanted to gossip about them. But now that Bibi Dong called the Tianqi in front of her Qian, Ning Rongrong knew she had been tricked. Because she knew Bibi Dong recognized Qian, otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to identify Qian at the Crown Prince's mansion in Heaven Do City. Therefore, the Qian standing before her must really be the person she had been searching for. Qian gave an awkward laugh. Rongrong, I'm sorry. Bone Douluo was there at the time, which is why I used a fake name. He knew Ning Rongrong's temper all too well. If she had recognized him in the Sunset Forest, she might have asked Bone Douluo to abduct him. Ning Rongrong's small face alternated between sunshine and rain. She was both happy and couldn't help but feel angry. She was happy that Qian was her age and looked so handsome, fitting her aesthetic. She was angry that he didn't trust her and hadn't even told her his real name. Brother Tian, I looked for you for so long, it was exhausting. Ning Rongrong complained. She had traveled across the Heaven Do Empire, visited the Crown Prince's mansion, and gone to Spirit City, which was indeed difficult for a spoiled young lady. Rongrong, you didn't actually need to look for me. When your cultivation level meets the requirements, I will naturally come find you. Qian was talking about contracting a spirit soul. Ning Rongrong was only level 30-something now, and contracting a spirit soul wouldn't be cost-effective. Unless her aptitude was good enough to contract several spirit souls, that way the spirit soul slots wouldn't be wasted. Bibi Dong frowned, interrupting their conversation. All right, what you needed to do is finished. Come back to Spirit City with me. No, you can't go with her. Ning Rongrong immediately sobered up. Oh, why can't he come with me? Are you trying to steal him from me? Bibi Dong asked. She was less than 1.7 meters tall, but she naturally exuded an aura of authority that made Ning Rongrong feel terrified. Ning Rongrong opened her mouth. It seemed she really had no reason to make Qian listen to her. All along, it had been Qian helping her. And she held no power, so she couldn't offer Qian any good conditions, unlike Bibi Dong, who was already the most powerful woman on the continent. The conditions she could offer Qian were incomparable to anything Ning Rongrong could provide. Moreover, compared to her own immature self, Bibi Dong's body was more mature than hers. For a moment, Ning Rongrong, who who hailed from the 7 treasure glazed tile school, felt a sense of inferiority rise in her heart. Ning Rongrong was helpless. She could only look at Qi Tian and sweetly plead, "Brother Tian, can you not go with her?" Qi Tian was in a difficult position, but for Ning Rongrong's safety, he could only comfort her. "Rongrong, I need to go cultivate with Bibi Dong. You go back to the sect and cultivate diligently, and I will come find you later." Qi Tian said helplessly. If he left with Ning Rongrong today, Bibi Dong might take actions targeting the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Furthermore, he really did need to go with Bibi Dong to learn how to integrate his twin spirits. Bibi Dong smiled, glanced at Ning Rongrong, and then pulled Qi Tian downstairs. "Damn it, that woman dared to look down on me. No, I have to think of a way," Ning Rongrong thought to herself. She took Bibi Dong's glance before leaving as contempt, but she had no way to retaliate. Even if her father, Ning Fengji, and her 2 protector grandpas came, they wouldn't be able to deal with Bibi Dong. Wait, Zhu Zuqing. Suddenly, Ning Rongrong remembered that beautiful girl who was her equal. She couldn't contend with Bibi Dong alone, but what if she included Zhu Zuqing? After knowing that Tian Qi was Qi Tian, Ning Rongrong thought a lot. She guessed that Zhu Zuqing must have had the same experience as her. Otherwise, with one of them in the Heaven Do Empire and the other in the Star Luo Empire, they couldn't possibly have crossed paths. So Ning Rongrong dared to guess that Zhu Zuqing must have had a similar experience to hers, which is why she fell for Qi Tian. HMPH, Bibi Dong, you just wait. I won't admit defeat just like that. How could Ning Rongrong, who had invested so much sunk cost, just give up now? In a secret prison in Suotuo City, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun were thrown onto a pile of damp blue-silver grass. In front of them, the 3 lustful thieves of Suotuo City, Buell, Tianya, and Ekao, were staring at each other. The 3 had distinct characteristics. Buell looked very wretched, Tianya was fierce and had a scar on his face. And Ekao was fat and wretched, not looking like a spirit master at all. One must know that reaching the spirit ancestor stage already allows one to become a minor noble in the Heaven Do Empire, yet these 3 walked a wicked path. The 3 brothers relied on being spirit masters to commit many outrageous acts. This time they ran into serious trouble. They originally thought they were going to die, but unexpectedly, the person who caught them gave them a chance. The 3 had thought it would be something difficult, but the mission turned out to be so simple. Although they preferred young girls lawless, they were also omnivores and weren't picky eaters at all. "Big brother, you choose first," Tianya asked. "This little blonde looks quite handsome, I'll take him," Buell said. "Then I'll choose that little fatty, he's chubby and fun," Tianya said. After the 3 allocated their targets, they began to display their abilities and quickly entered the zone. What are you doing?" Dai Mubai, having the highest spirit power, was the first to wake up. He endured the pain, trying to break free from Buell's embrace. He was a spirit elder, how could he suffer such humiliation? "Are you getting arrogant? I'm a spirit ancestor." Buell slapped him, and the palm strike infused with spirit power instantly stunned Dai Mubai. "Stop. I am a prince of the Star Luo Empire. If you do this, my imperial father won't spare you." Dai Mubai couldn't endure the humiliation and could only bring up the identity he least wanted to use to pressure them. He usually disliked mentioning this identity, which had put him on a death countdown. But he had no choice now, he could only hope this identity would scare the person in front of him. But Buell didn't care about that and slapped him again. "This is the Heaven Do Empire. What is the Star Luo Empire to us?" If he let Dai Mubai go, he would immediately lose his life, so why would he care about some prince of the Star Luo Empire? Ma Hongjun and Oscar woke up one after another, and the same scene played out for them. That day, the 3 great patrons of Shrek suffered extreme humiliation, fainted again, and were dumped onto the streets of Suotuo City. By the time Flender, the dean of Shrek Academy, found them, the weather had already turned to autumn. The chrysanthemum withered, the butt was wounded. Mubai, wake up quickly. What exactly happened? Flender stuffed a candy bean into Dai Mubai's mouth. This was his patron, his status was noble, and nothing must happen to him. The fact that Shrek Academy could continue operating was largely thanks to Dai Mubai's gold coin funding. Chapter 119, Bibi Dong's Guidance. Flender retrieved a few sets of clothes from his spirit tool, covered the three of them, and fed them Xiaoxin's candy bean. The candy bean from the food system spirit saint quickly brought Dai Mubai back to consciousness. Dai Mubai, who had always maintained the image of an older brother, actually burst into tears, a tough guy shedding tears. Flender's heart tightened. He knew something major had happened, and Dai Mubai must have suffered a great injustice. Mubai, stop crying. Tell me slowly, your teacher is here to stand up for you. Flender comforted him. Dai Mubai recounted the sequence of events. He knew the gravity of the situation and, aside from the part where he suffered humiliation, he held nothing back. When Flender heard Dai Mubai talk about that pagoda spirit and the familiar spirit incantation, his heart skipped a beat. Having managed to cultivate to a spirit saint, how could he not know what that spirit was? The 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda, the spirit of the direct disciples of the upper 3 sects. This was a behemoth that even the Star Luo Empire could not afford to provoke, and they also had close ties with the Heaven Do imperial family. Dean, I must kill them to vent my hatred. Dai Mubai said through gritted teeth. Sigh tilde, Flender sighed. Mubai, it's not that your teacher doesn't want to help you. It's just that the background of the people you provoked is too terrifying. Not to mention Shrek Academy, even the Star Luo royal family cannot afford to provoke them. How is that possible? They were only a spirit elder and a spirit king, while you deans are all spirit saints. Dai Mubai could not believe it. Flender explained. The girl you mentioned, her spirit must be the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. To be able to cultivate to a spirit elder at such a young age, she must be a direct disciple within the sect. The 7 treasure glazed tile school is one of the upper 3 sects. How are we supposed to take revenge? Dai Mubai was not an ignorant person. How could he not know what the upper 3 sects signified? Dean, is there really no way for me to take revenge? Dai Mubai asked, unwilling to accept it. Flender shook his head. Dai Mubai's heart turned to ash. The experiences of these past 2 days were harder to bear than death itself. Since Shrek Academy could not protect him, there was no point in him staying here any longer. It would be better to leave this place of sorrow and return to Star Luo City. In Star Luo City, although he would face the pressure from his older brother and could only quietly wait for death or house arrest 3 years later, it was still better than suffering this kind of humiliation here. Meanwhile, after hearing the sequence of events, Flender intended to properly discipline Ma Hongjun. Although Dai Mubai was dissolute, he mostly solved his needs by spending money, and Oscar had dated a few girlfriends but would never cause trouble like this. All of this was largely because Ma Hongjun had harassed others, which provoked their retaliation. Because of the defect in his spirit, he had been a bit too indulgent with him. Coupled with the school motto, one who dares not cause trouble is a mediocre person, Ma Hongjun had become a bit arrogant and ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. By the way, where is Teacher Zhao? Flender asked. Dai Mubai shook his head with vacant eyes. He had passed out, so he didn't know what had happened in the meantime. They did not know that at this moment, Zhao Wuji had already been detained by Spirit Hall. Zhao Wuji was originally a wanted criminal of Spirit Hall, and now he had simply been caught. Spirit City was not too far from Swotuo City. At the pace of Bibi Dong and Qian, they could arrive very quickly, but by the time Qian arrived, he had exhausted almost all of his spirit power. This is your first time in Spirit City, isn't it? How does it feel? Bibi Dong asked. Magnificent and indescribable, Qian said. Since you like it, how about you stay? Bibi Dong smiled. I can impart all of my cultivation experience to you, and there are a few peers with good talent here who should get along with you. Qian did not answer. With his current cultivation level, staying by Bibi Dong's side put too much pressure on him. She suddenly saw Qian take out a leaf and move it toward his mouth, so she quickly snatched it away. What is this? Bibi Dong asked. Qian took the opportunity to change the subject. This is a dragon Ganoderma leaf, obtained from the ice and fire yin-yang well. It has the effect of strengthening the foundation and nourishing the origin. My spirit power is exhausted, eating it can accelerate recovery. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly, and she thought to herself, wanting to recover your spirit power. It's not that easy. This spirit medicine is precious, so you should save it. Let's go, follow me up Spirit Mountain to my training grounds to recover. Bibi Dong said. Qian wanted to say that there were plenty of dragon Ganoderma leaves and he couldn't finish them all, so there was no need to save them. But he thought about it and decided against it. Bibi Dong, actually you could let Poison Douluo and Chrysanthemum Douluo take a trip to the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Well and set it up as a medicinal garden for Spirit Hall. This kind of dragon Ganoderma leaf is very easy to plant, you can have them grow more of it. Qian said. That's a good idea. Poison Douluo happens to be in Heaven Do City. Bibi Dong said. Wait a minute, how does he know that Dugu Bo is a member of Spirit Hall? Bibi Dong suddenly realized something was wrong. Because Poison Douluo had not officially announced his joining of Spirit Hall and was considered a loose cultivator, but in reality, he was working under Qian Runshui. Could it be that Qian has had possession of Shui? That's it, the matter of subduing Dugu Bo might have been handled by him. I thought subduing Dugu Bo was Yang Wushuang's idea, now it seems it was this guy's good work. Qian, oh Qian, exactly how many women's bodies have you had possession of? Bibi Dong thought as she looked at Qian. Thinking of this, Bibi Dong felt even more urgent. She had to obtain Qian, and only then would she have a reason to restrain him, otherwise, she didn't know how many love debts he would leave behind in the future. Having experienced it herself, Bibi Dong knew that being under Qian's possession and being helped by him wholeheartedly made it hard not to harbor special feelings for him. And such feelings could very easily degenerate into romantic love. Before long, Bibi Dong brought Qian to a closed cultivation room on Spirit Mountain. Where is this? Why does it seem like I've never seen you come here before? Qian asked. Bibi Dong said, I built this after I became the Supreme Pontiff. You know, I am undergoing the trials for the Rakshasa god position, so I will always carry an aura of corruption on me. Grandmaster Qian Douluo doesn't like it, so I built this training grounds that can isolate the aura. Translated, this meant that this was a secret room built by Bibi Dong, a secret room that could prevent outside prying. Rakshasa god position. Qian seemed lost in thought. According to the rules of the god realm, they would not allow anyone in the lower realm to become a god alone, to prevent the entire planet from becoming the private garden of a certain god. Therefore, if Bibi Dong became the Rakshasa god, then very soon there would be someone hostile to her who would also become a god. If Qian Runshui were to become the god of angels, then there would be yet another person who would become a god in order to balance the forces on the Douluo continent. So, will this person still be Tang San? Qian speculated. All he could do now was to try his best. To weaken Tang San and reduce his strength after he became a god. Just at this moment, Qian suddenly heard the sound of a stone door dropping. Bibi Dong, why are you closing the door? Qian asked, looking at the massive dragon severing stone. Of course, to teach you how to cultivate your twin spirits. She did not use her spirit, but the nobility on her body slowly faded away. On her face, a trace of madness slowly emerged, and an aura of corruption, somewhat different from that of Slaughter City, spread throughout the secret room. Chapter 120, Integrating the Twin Spirits. Qian looked at the huge dragon severing stone, feeling that with his current strength, he couldn't lift it at all. Not to mention that his spirit power had not yet recovered, and the power of his body martial soul could not be fully exerted. A strange aura permeated the cultivation room, reminding Qian of his experiences in Slaughter City. In the oppressive Slaughter City, there was not only killing but also fallen ones everywhere, releasing their stress in various ways. Qian felt that Bibi Dong's current state was somewhat abnormal, as if she had been poisoned by the corruption of Slaughter City. But she had consumed the ice and fire immortal herb, making her immune to all poisons, so the only effect Slaughter City should have on her was killing intent. Qian put a dragon Ganoderma leaf into his mouth to recover some spirit power, just in case of an accident. Bibi Dong, what's wrong with you? This time, Bibi Dong didn't stop Qian from consuming the dragon Ganoderma leaf. Even a spirit medicine couldn't immediately restore Qitian's spirit power to its peak. Without sufficient spirit power, he wouldn't be able to escape this place. Could it be that there's a problem with the trial for the Rakshasa god position? Qitian asked worriedly. I'm afraid so. The Rakshasa god is the god of evil thoughts and the god of corruption. Bibi Dong walked up to Qitian, looked up slightly at him, and continued speaking, following Qitian's lead. I have passed several trials and now possess affinity with the Rakshasa god position. Evil thoughts and wicked notions are constantly emerging in my mind. My previous evil thought was to avenge my teacher and wipe out the entire Clear Sky sect. Now Tang Hao is imprisoned, suffering a fate worse than death. My great revenge has been exacted, so it's inevitable that other evil thoughts will continue to grow. Do you know what my current wicked notion is? Bibi Dong's voice became increasingly sticky, as if it were drawing threads. Qitian's heart was pounding like a startled deer. As Bibi Dong spoke, she used her soft, jade-like hand to lift Qitian's robes. He wasn't an idiot, how could he not understand what Bibi Dong meant? Qitian wasn't a saint, and naturally coveted Bibi Dong's beauty. He had always restrained himself because his cultivation level was too weak. Being with Bibi Dong put too much pressure on him, but now he had no way to retreat. Bibi Dong, are you saying that your current wicked notion is related to me? Qitian asked. Bibi Dong nodded and said, yes, it was your appearance that saved me from being deceived by Yu Shaogang. You were the one who had me consume the immortal herb and gave me so many cultivation suggestions, allowing me to achieve my current strength. With Qitian's help, her relationship with the consecrated elders was also quite good, unlike before when she was targeted. That's why Bibi Dong was able to get their help and go out to sea to hunt 100,000-year spirit beasts. The 100,000-year spirit beasts on the sea were countless, which allowed her second martial soul to acquire 500,000-year spirit rings and a full set of spirit bones. If it weren't for her teacher being killed and her eagerness for revenge leading her to absorb several 10,000-year spirit rings. Otherwise, once she had completely integrated her spirits, she could have absorbed even more 100,000-year spirit rings. So, my greatest wicked notion now is to completely possess you and keep you by my side. If these wicked notions are not released, they torment me constantly in my mind and can even affect my strength. Qitian, can you help me? Bibi Dong asked expectantly. Looking at Qitian's firm physique beneath his robes, Bibi Dong secretly swallowed, and the aura of corruption emanating from her grew thicker. She was now like the source of the poison of corruption, infecting those around her. The miniature ice and fire yin-yang well inside Qitian seemed to have failed. He also appeared to be infected, breathing heavily through his mouth and nose. He grabbed Bibi Dong's restless hand and replaced a verbal answer with his actions. It was done. The next day, Bibi Dong's condition was alleviated. She lay in Qitian's embrace, talking to him. Qitian, can you stay in Spirit City and help me? Qitian held Bibi Dong and replied, I'm afraid I can't. Why? After such a short time, are you already going back on your word? A trace of manic aura erupted from Bibi Dong, and she squeezed her hand slightly, startling Qitian. Hiss tilde donger, calm down. If love is everlasting, why must we cling to every dawn and dusk? Once you become a god, we will have plenty of time to enjoy ourselves. I'm waiting for you to become a god and take me to the god realm as an important family member. Although you are currently favored by the Rakshasa god position, the path to godhood is fraught with danger, you must not slack off. Bibi Dong's eyes lit up. She eased her grip and let go of a bit of her leverage. Take you to the god realm. Bibi Dong knew the matter was crucial, so she communicated with Qitian using soul power. Qitian nodded, responding to her also with soul power. That's right. The Rakshasa god is a level 1 god in the god realm and can bring one person up to the god realm. After ascending to the god realm, I will also have the chance to cultivate, ascending to godhood at level 100, achieve eternal life, and stay with you forever. That's right, once I become a god and bring Qitian to the god realm, won't Qitian be mine alone? Bibi Dong thought to herself. Qitian, don't worry. If I become a god, I will definitely help you find a god position inheritance. Even if I can't find one, I will still bring you with me. Bibi said. Qian shook his head, continuing to communicate with her using his soul. It's not that simple. The God realm won't let you become a god alone, in order to maintain control over the Douluo continent. Once you become a god, your enemies will also gain opportunity to quickly break through level 100 and become gods, so that they can restrict you. And Tang Hao's son, Tang San, should be the one who was chosen. Therefore, your path to godhood still holds many dangers. I must also quickly increase my strength so I can help you at critical moments. That's why I can't stay by your side all the time. Can you understand? Qian asked. Bibi Dong suddenly realized. Qian, how do you know so much? That is my secret. Once we succeed, I will tell you everything. Qian said. I believe you. Bibi Dong said. She originally thought Qian's secret was that his soul could travel through time and space, but now it seemed it wasn't that simple. Everyone has their secrets, and she didn't pry. However, Bibi Dong could feel that Qian truly cared for her well-being. All right, Donger, can you teach me your cultivation experience regarding twin spirits now? Qian asked. He hadn't forgotten that the reason he came back with Bibi Dong this time was to cultivate his twin spirits. Bibi Dong's understanding of twin spirits surpassed even God King Tang's. She could achieve mutual spirit power communication and seamless switching. If given a little more time, she would have completely merged the power of her twin spirits. Although she benefited from both of her spirits being spider emperors, her talent could not be denied. Let me first look at your spirits and skill, as well as your spirit power under both spirit states. Bibi Dong said. Okay. Qian got up to put on his clothes, but Bibi Dong stopped him, saying she could see more clearly this way. He had no choice but to comply, carefully displaying his spirits and skill, exposing the secrets of his spirits before Bibi Dong.